5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with a... I can't do it. We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it, and we'll do it live. Fucking thing sucks.
Yeah. 5, 4, 3.
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again for watching. We'll leave you with Sting and a cut off his new album. Take it away.
And there's your Sting. Well, sort of. Anyway, good evening. Fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. So, I guess this is a Ryan Cohen thing. I don't know. Citadel logo. Buckle up. Microsoft logo. God. Apple. App. And a penis, apparently. Except... I mean... You can't make this shit up. Orange is up in the upper left corner. Not quite. Not quite. Close, though. Close. God. What the fuck? Eerie. Okay. So I wanted to start with well, good evening, first of all. I see the Queen's here, or she's arrived. The next HKD. Let's see. I don't know what we have here, but we'll look. Chris, good evening. And I wonder where Lynn's at this evening. Let's see her. Bad back. When we do start seeing apes attempting to take flight out of the windows. I mean, yeah, I feel like it's already... Well, anyway, we'll get there. Yeah, I don't know why I had no sound, but sounds like it's working now. So, but I wanted to start with this video because I actually just found out about this. Cosmos. I just found out about this. I hadn't heard about it. Didn't know anything about it at all. Had not heard of it. And it sounds like that's preferable here in this case. But yeah, we'll see what was going on yesterday.
Yo, what's up, everybody? All right, so I want to talk about COSM really quick. This is a little bit of a complicated ticker. I'm going to explain to you why she's ripping. I was just given all the details, and I'm going to try to transcribe these details to y'all. Why she ripped today, why she's going to rip tomorrow, why she's going to pay for your $500 Thanksgiving turkey, why she's going to buy all your Christmas presents and put a fluorescent pink fucking Lambo in your driveway. Okay, here we go. So...
All order.
Let's start with that. It's under 50 million shares. What happened today? Warrants were executed for 29 cents. What does that mean? Doesn't warrants usually tank a fucking ticker? Not in this scenario when a stock like COSM is shorted by like 500 fucking percent. Did I mention that?
500%.
COSM is shorted by 500 fucking percent. So you've got a ticker.
Yeah, something like that. Pharmaceutical company, apparently.
Got warrants executed at 20 and 29 have to actually be replaced with real shares. Trying to find these real fucking shares to cover these warrants created a shit.
I mean, these idiots, this motherfucking moron, Teddy fucking Zane, Doge fucking Warrior. Like, still talking about fake fucking shares. Like, when has fake fucking shares ever worked out for these idiots? I mean, seriously, when has it ever worked out? That's not what they were saying in June of last summer, 2021, when AMC went to 72. Nobody was talking about fucking fake shares. Nobody. It was only until after that, when it didn't happen again, you have to find every fucking reason that you can't recreate a situation against the most powerful institutions that we have in our system. I mean, so come up with this fake shares nonsense. That gets you nowhere. So then a whole year later, and then some, a whole year and change later, these motherfuckers are still talking. They have to find the real shares. They have to buy real shares. Like, it's fucking brain dead. It is brain dead as fuck. Yeah, I mean, obviously he didn't fact check it. I mean, like, how could you, and how much money? Like 5 figures. 5 fucking figures. There's Lynn. Want Scotty to give the eulogy at my funeral. Oh God. Uh, I, I'd be glad to, but um, let's hope that doesn't happen soon. $13,000. Wow. And Lou is pumping the same bullshit, and I heard that Lou still is. I heard that Lou still is. That's what Queen Antoinette said. Queen Antoinette profits.
Shit ton of FOMO, but guess what? The short interest is still ridiculous. Shorts still haven't covered the majority of.
They still haven't covered
the SI.
God.
So,
like, when and a year, 2 years later, they still say things like the shorts haven't covered. They haven't covered the short interest. They haven't bought back the shares yet. Okay, so what makes you think that you all, collaborating to try to make that happen is going to make that happen? When has that ever worked? When has that ever worked for these clowns? I mean, seriously. And they also since they also like to say lately that last June was not a squeeze of any type. So if last June was not a squeeze of any type, then you've seriously affected no short squeezes. Yet, you think you can nickel and dime it into existence. I mean, it's absurd. Pharmaceutical biomed, yep. I think Antoinette's falling asleep over there. Oh, I'm here, I'm awake.
basically, you have a micro float of under 50 million shares today. Guys, think about the fucking shit going on. I haven't seen this kind of excitement and craze and hysteria on a ticker probably ever. This is just fucking insane. So tomorrow, today was day one. You guys follow? Today was day one. Tomorrow, they scurry like little fucking rats down in a New York subway trying to find a piece of cheese or a cracker that they're going to be looking for real shares, man. They're just scurrying, trying to dig up real fucking shares. The only way they get them is if old school sells. You old school holders can't fucking sell because you give up the real fucking shares. Like, I'm holding synthetics or the fake shit. You're holding, if you bought today, you're holding fake shit.
And Chris,
everybody's holding fake shit.
Just to clarify, this video is from yesterday. So when he's talking about tomorrow, that's actually today. So yeah. Oh yeah. I get it. I get it. Sorry, I'm tomorrow he loses. Yeah, he did. He did lose. But okay, just in case anybody because it's small down there at the bottom 1 day ago. So when he's saying that, obviously that was today. Sorry.
There's a small percentage of us that are holding real fucking shares.
When he loses 13 million.
So when they get their hands on them, man, it just shoots the fucking price of the ticker up higher and higher and higher. Are you following what the fuck I'm saying? So I also heard they are preparing another batch of warrants to execute. Now, typically, guys, this drops the price. So, you know, if a ticker is at 50 cents and they're dropping warrants at 20 cents, that's a 30-cent difference. It would typically tank the stock. But in this scenario, the ticker was sitting at 20 when they dropped the fucking warrants in at 20 and 29. It didn't affect the stock whatsoever.
Cents, 20 cents, not dollars, 20 cents. Because yeah, they're literally, you know, they've literally moved to penny stocks and OTC stocks. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I get that's where AMC is probably heading.
But you do have to have real shares. What they're doing is they're replacing the warrants with real tradable shares. But you have to have, once again,
who are they?
Shares. Fluorescent pink Lambo on the way if you fucking got shares, guy. Hey, you got real fucking shares? Holy shit. Hang on to them. But anyhow, how long am I going to stick this?
When has anybody ever said anything about, you know, oh, if you have real shares, hang on to them. But if you have fake shares, oh, you're probably fucked. I mean, it's invalid. It's an invalid concept. It makes no sense.
Fucking shit out.
Come on. Yeah,
I'm not one of.
And this is why it's so great that this is from yesterday and he fucked it up today. Like, I mean, honestly, it's about time. You know, he seems to have had I mean, at least if you believe what he says and he's not lying and by omission, omitting losers, but you know, because you can't, yeah, you can make money on these momentum plays, whatever. You can make money, but you can just as easily lose a lot of fucking money. And, you know, I've seen a lot of people like this guy and others on Twitter and Reddit and wherever else, Telegram maybe, like, yeah, look, I played this, you know, whatever, da da da. It's only a matter of time before this shit happens. And yeah, it's retarded. It is retarded. Okay.
One of these guys that will blindly hold and hold and hold and hold and hold. I already know I got fake fucking shares. I am in. I got 50,000 of these motherfuckers. And I'm going to play it by ear tomorrow. And then I'm going to play it by ear. Of course, we can't even trade on Thursday. So Friday will be like max capacity, and we only have a half a day of trading on Friday. So remember, you cannot trade on Thursday, and you have a half a day of trading on Friday. So put a strategy together, guys. Make sure you know what the fuck you're doing, okay? Do your own DD. Do not rely on fucking YouTube videos. All right, guys, that's all I got to say. COSM.
What? So we know now that he didn't do that, and I think he admits to not having done that. So it's funny that he would say, you know, do your own due diligence. Don't trust what does he say?
On Friday. So put a strategy together, guys. Make sure you know what the fuck you're doing, okay? Do your own DD. Do not rely on fucking YouTube videos. All right, guys, that's all I got to say. COSM. Motherfucking stratospheric shit like I haven't seen in a long-ass time. Amazing fucking play. This is not financial advice. Doge Warrior out. Shaboom. Peace.
Yeah, shaboom. Like your account just blew up. You just blew up a lot of money. Wow. Where's this? Where's the shades?
I hope you're
Where's the shades, bro?
all doing well.
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
I saw.
I'm competing. I'm competing with the nightclub over there tonight. So, you know, if it gets fun, as we say, well, there's always money in the banana stand, but there's always GME meltdown. Space disco theme. Okay, I could dig that. Kung Fu fighting. So, okay. Which is where I got the this lovely image, but also things such as, oh, okay. Okay, well, never mind. Take that back. Okay, well, this clown's
Saw
loaded.
Al from Boston's video where he said he has a secret and he can't tell us.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
he inferred heavily that the MOAS is an unstoppable thing. He's got an insider scoop that says it's going to happen. And then he cryptically said that he bought more ape. That supposedly ape is going to be like the key and maybe make a bunch of money up front, or maybe that's where the MOAS will be focused. I don't know. You know, I didn't listen to a bunch of the YouTubers that told me to sell my ape. I've been holding my ape just like my AMC. So if it's ape that flies,
Good man.
that's fine.
Good man.
But
good Christian man.
You know, first off, for me, I'm just going to say, well, yeah, I agree. I feel like we've been in that position for a very long time, and all they've been doing is kicking the can down the road endlessly and endlessly. And all they've done for me is not only reinforce my conviction on the play, the fact that they've done so much to try to interfere with this, to demoralize holders, to convince people that the price is down when it's the most popular stock amongst retail investors.
I love that one.
Yeah, I haven't bought it one bit. So for me personally, I've been completely holding to that. And
Smart
when
guy.
I hear Al from Boston say that, it doesn't surprise me at all, because I feel like that's been my position on this for at least a year and a half now. I haven't wavered, because they haven't done anything to show me that this play is
That's
done
real
or it's
conviction.
not going anywhere. It doesn't even matter when if it
matter what
doesn't
the price is.
MOAS, because it's still not even at its real market value. They've been suppressing it for so long. Why have they been doing that? Why have they spent so many millions of dollars on media campaigns? And they've spent it. They've spent it. They've lined some pockets to get AMC some bad press. They absolutely have. Why have they put so much money to suppress this play if it wasn't a big deal?
Year and a half,
I mean, any smart person who connects the dots can see there's a big value in keeping this stock price down.
Making some
and it's
notes
only
here,
going to be possible for them as the market is sustained, but as the market continues to collapse, and I mean,
try to figure out
before recording
what happened at various points in time.
I saw something pop up on my phone said that maybe Coinbase is going to be going bankrupt or whatever. I really haven't been paying attention to much for like the last week. But I mean, just look at it. Look at all these institutions that are struggling right now. You got Credit Suisse, Credit Suisse or whatever.
Credit Suisse.
They were saying that AMC is going to drop to 95 cents, but they kept their AMC position. Why would they do that? It's obvious nonstop institutional manipulation, trying to keep people scared, get people out of the play, have us release our shares so they can get
people out of the play,
which is Armageddon. Armageddon is coming for these people. But I know that when it comes to Al from Boston, I've tried to figure him out a couple times. And I got to say, legit,
what is there to figure out?
I think he's just legitimately one of us. Because speaking of connecting the dots,
what if Al was one of us?
With this guy in a bad way. Now, there's been people that
he's not one of us. He's a fucking lizard. He's a lizard. He's absolutely a lizard. Chris is in charge of snacks. Why are we planning Lynn's funeral here? Is this what is this? What is the meaning of this? Link from Legend of Zelda. Oh boy, yeah. Everyone's favorite Zelda game. Everyone's favorite fucking Zelda game. Yeah, said nobody ever. Okay.
Do not like him. I know that Bigums doesn't like him. CSI at one time did not like him. I think there was a rift between him and Lou. I don't know what's going on with those two these days. But why would a guy who's a plant or a shill, put there by a hedge fund, why would he's kind of put himself on the line where he's just said hold 200,000.
He put his reputation on the line on that one. Yes, sir, he did. He put his reputation. I mean, who the fuck knew It's the first and last time anybody will ever take that fucking clown seriously, listen to what he said, or give him any attention. You know, other than like lawsuits and whatever else bad. But I mean, putting his reputation as a grifter on the line. I mean, seriously. I read the supposed lawsuit. Remember that? Every week it's a new fake fucking bullshit item. Before it was, oh, I'm down in D.C. I'm down in D.C. meeting the lawyers. I'm drafting this da 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 da, drafting this da da da. I just drafted the. Yeah, I read the fucking draft. It was like a sixth grader wrote it. It seriously was written by a child. So, I mean, Lynn's lacking mental stimulation. Well, they have substances for that. Go see your doctor.
It's going to 100,000. I mean, he's just flat out said that. He's. I've heard him in live streams say, "Don't sell, don't sell." I mean, that's a guy with a lot of conviction. Because if the people don't sell and then this thing flounders or the company goes out of business, he's in a bad spot. I mean, he said stuff that he could get in trouble. So he really believes in what he says. And I think he's very well researched. And I think that the guy's just a legit dude. I know it sounds weird to be going off on this little side tangent because
I'm not even sure what to say to that. You think Al is a legit dude? I mean, you know, we joke around a lot here, and there's a lot of inside, you know, jokes, and you know, a lot of people here are on the same page. But you know, I understand there's hopefully, I mean, I hope there are newer people who may not have, you know, may not have, you know, heard us talk about certain people or certain things. So, you know, let me just be absolutely clear. Like, we've talked about Al numerous times. He is a poster child for the concept of self-debunking. In other words, all you have to do is listen to what he says, really listen to what he says, and do the most basic of verification. I'm not even fact checking. It's not even that intensive. It's basic verification of concepts, dates, you know, company. I mean, all names, details about the market. So with the you know, the most basic of low effort verification, you can kind of piece together the picture that no, he's not a legit dude. He is 100% full of shit. 100% full of shit. One of the worst, if not the worst, at this point, of these grifters, fake financial advisors. I've said this many times before. I'm sure I'll say it many times again. Al belongs in motherfucking jail. There's no question about it. He belongs in fucking jail.
I don't know if as many people are doubting him as they have in the past, but I've never been able to connect in my head, why would Al from Boston not be one of us if he's saying hold the high numbers? I would think they would put someone in our group that is going to say, hey, get out at 200 or 300 would be one of theirs. I wouldn't think the guy who put that glitch up one.
Well, you know, it's not quite that simple, my friend. You know, they thought of that, for one thing. If you've thought of it, Wall Street has fucking thought of it at this point. So you're not gonna trick, you know, you're not gonna pull the wool over their eyes, so to speak. Or think that, you know, oh, this is so obvious, right? If it's obvious, it's motherfucking obviously wrong.
Said, you want to know how high AMC is going? Right there. He said $140,000
how high are you
a share. I don't think that's the guy that they're going to use to try to infiltrate this movement, because all that's doing is riling people up to hold the higher numbers and more people to hold the higher numbers. I've never liked that he doesn't put
or more
comments on his
people to
videos,
buy at
but
higher numbers,
I don't know. That's his choice. That's his right.
or more people to buy more shares at higher numbers. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, why would anybody want to do that? Why would anybody want to do that? Where's Reed? Is Reed in here? Where's Reed at? Reed knows what I'm talking about from Telegram. Hold to what numbers? Yeah, another good point. This guy's name is Tim. Who's Tim? No, I thought, wait, TMI, the misinformed idiot, the unmasked and the uninformed quote unquote investor. Wow, Tim, wow, TMI. Well, I
this is all
never.
over, he'll give us an exact reason, or maybe he has and I missed it. I don't watch every single thing that anyone puts up. I don't have the time for it. But
It looks like you got a lot going on there.
I think it's exciting news, but in a strange way, I kind of feel like it's old news. Because for me personally, I've felt like this for over a year now. But it's nice to hear someone coming out and saying it. But as always, no dates. No dates. I don't care if this drags on 2 more years. No dates. I'm holding. Simple as that. It's nice to hear. Hell, I hope it happens before New Year's. I hope this is my last damn AMC video. And then it just goes in MOASs and none of us ever talk about this ever again. I hope this is the end of it. I hope that this is done and we're finished. And, you know, come Christmas, we're buying ourselves Lambos.
Let me tell you something, Dan. Al and the other grifters, the true grifters, this guy might actually believe this shit. I don't know. I think there's a chance maybe he does. There's a chance that he is an absolute character, a fabrication. He could be a fucking AI, a deep fake, you know. But Al and TMI and Shill Talk Daily and the Creative Investor and CSI, all these clowns. Hate, maybe not. I don't know about Casey Shaw. They don't want it to happen. They want this thing to drag out and for people to keep watching their fucking stupid videos because they've already had their MOAS. They're having the infinity MOAS. The infinity squeeze is happening. The money's just flowing the other way, and it's going to the influencers who are holding the fucking carrot. I mean, I don't know how. And Frankie, Donnie, he could easily belong in that group of, you know, unfortunately misinformed, people who, I mean, they're still wrong, but they at least probably honestly believe it. You know, we've talked about this many times again over the last year and a half, but the idea is that is it negligence and not doing honest research and DD and being objective and acknowledging counterpoints? Because a lot of people are unable to do that. They don't realize they should do that. You know, more or less, typically more uneducated people, I would say, but you know, and not exclusively. Certainly goes both ways, the other way, and inverse. You know, a quote unquote uneducated person could be the most diligent. So I'm not stereotyping, but if we look at this statistically, critical thinking, that's what we're talking about, critical thinking. So you didn't know what you didn't know, and you, for whatever reason, you were unable to ascertain, you know, some actual hard data. You missed it. You missed it, and you know, you believed in something that you hadn't really proven. Or is it intentional? In other words, they don't know or care if it's true, but they're putting it out because they know it will elicit a certain reaction. People will watch it. In the case of Al, he's the most insidious one. because he puts out this, oh, I know something, but I can't say anything. This is literally what teenage fucking girls do and boys, teenagers, not stereotyping, maybe a little, but um, what kind of childish bullshit is that? No, you don't have anything. Because if you did, you would say it. And if you couldn't say anything about it, then you wouldn't fucking say anything about it. Obviously, bullshit, just like everything else he's said. So he's a fraud. That's fraud. That is 100% fucking fraud. I don't care if you're a licensed financial advisor or what, it doesn't matter. That's fraud. People are making money by putting out misinformation that they should know is not true. And they are not presenting any type of balanced viewpoint on it at all. They're misrepresenting facts, profiting off of that, and harming indirectly retail investors by promoting false ideas and fake catalysts, fake events, false understanding of the market, synthetic shares, all this bullshit. It's not real. Otherwise, they'd all be rich, and they're not. So I don't know how much simpler to put it, but uh, I believe that Dan and Frankie and who else, Donnie, these guys are likely misinformed, um, misinformed, you know, negligent, fake financial advisors. Negligent. They didn't put in the time. They should have known their limitations. There's, a number of different specific angles that it could come at, that you could come at that from. But at the end of the day, they put out something that was misleading and or straight up false, and they didn't know. They were incapable of discerning it. They believed it was true, and they also got swindled if they admit that, which they normally don't. But every once in a while, you get these weird alignments of them. Like if this guy is cheat, and it becomes clear that yes, if you believe what he's saying, yeah, he believes that Al is legit. He's a legit dude. So this guy who truly believes all this nonsense is saying that he truly believes that somebody who obviously doesn't, and is, I mean, as far as we're concerned, has every sign, symptom, mark, symbol of being a true shill, a true shill, a plant, or at the very least, someone with intentions that are not totally pure. Because some of the crap is just, it's so patronizing. It's so, condescending. Um, it's just, it's hard to listen to sometimes. In fact, um, we don't, I don't even know, lost my train of thought. Why do we have a future Sunday show, but not discuss futures? Just asking. Well, it was an idea. I don't trade futures, but I'm interested in them and I watch them for index option trading over in the stock market. So I got into watching last year. I got into, uh, I mean, been in, I've been a subscriber of Tasty Trade for a while, but I started watching their Sunday Futures show, and but I mean, so I'm not a futures trader, but I'm interested in it, and I uh, look at it for the stock market. But I mean, if you want to come in here and talk about futures trading, that would be awesome. or anyone, you know, but I have a feeling that most people, well, I don't know, I guess I don't know, but it's it would seem to me that most people that um, subscribe to this channel or watch the videos aren't necessarily futures traders, but you know, I could be wrong. Show would be too short. But also, you know, at least lately, with the way the market's been, and volatility, and just, you know, the whatever, um, I feel like it hasn't really necessarily been very, I mean, not, I don't expect it to be helpful or useful, really. I mean, sometimes it can be, but it's not consistently. And it seems like lately, it doesn't matter where it opens up. It doesn't matter where things close. It's just, you know, it's just kind of like, well, I mean, it's a gamble. It's random in some way, or it is completely illogical or irrational. It's so irrational that I almost don't even want to know because it doesn't matter. So therefore, I don't care. So it's been a little bit minimized, but it's an excuse to have a, you know, a weekly show. Anyway, I probably talked too much about it.
Because we've got the money already cleared in our accounts. That's what I'm hoping for. But as always, though, no dates. Don't get excited. Patience.
Don't
Zen.
get excited.
I hope you all have a happy Thanksgiving. You all deserve it.
Oh, you all deserve it. Yeah, you deserve everything. You deserve everything. Okay, so also I found something interesting here too. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but guess who has an AMC video? Just guess. Meet Kevin. Meet Kevin back on the AMC train. Look at this 15 minutes of AMC, I guess. Meet Kevin, Mr. I forget. I watched a video where he supposedly valued some companies, did some valuation calculations, and I mean, oh boy. Yeah, exactly. What? Um, so I hate this guy. I can't stand him. He became a he it's great. He has a clip where he says, if I ever make a channel about the stock market, don't listen to anything I say. And then like a year and a half later, here he is. Here he is. So yeah, this guy sucks. He's a member of that agency, Creators Agency, I believe it's called, with a bunch of these other assholes. Yeah, a lot of whom, if not most of whom, were FTX promoters, pumpers. So there's that. I wonder if the Creators Agency had a deal with FTX. Well, well, I wanted to white out. Okay, anyway, you look up Creators Agency, you can see all the clowns, including Graham Stephan, who's another one that I love. I only looked at him once recently. Like, oh God. Um, so yeah, let's give it a listen. I agree. Here we go. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Hey everyone, Meet Kevin here. I think it's time to have an honest discussion about AMC. In this video, we're going to talk about how much APE AMC has sold. We're going to do some projections to try to understand the AMC valuation. We'll talk about what Amazon just announced and how much that could move the box office from a fundamentals point of view. Now look, I've been a little aggressive about APE. And I've mostly been aggressive about APE and AMC because I kind of thought that APE was a ripoff and was going to hurt a lot of people. So I sold my own APE shares And kind of told everyone it'd probably be a good idea to do that as well. And I want you to see the passion in that video clip, which I'll show you right here. Let's make this very...
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're going to watch a video clip. He's presenting a video clip of himself, and we're supposed to watch the passion. Who comes up with these fucking ideas for these videos? I mean, seriously. Wow. Can anyone say narcissist?
In that video clip, which I'll show you right here. Let's make this very, very clear. Ape is a ploy. It is a ploy to hope that meme stock traders pump up ape stock to the moon. So that way there's a sustained market. AMC can dump shares, raise lots of money, and pay off their debt. And again, if you want a free NFT to showcase how stupid it is to hold your ape shares, make sure to go to the AMC Investor Connect website and get your free NFT. Because let me tell you, ape
that sounds like a AMC bag holder right there, I gotta say.
Shares are going
that level of what do you call it? Passion?
To be worth as much as that NFT is going to be worth. Zero. In 6 to 12 months, I expect ticker symbol APE will be worth $1 or less. That would be an 86% decline from today. And it'll be worthless and delisted soon after that. The hope is that AMC will have paid off all of their debt before APE becomes worthless. But until APE becomes worthless, AMC will continue to use it as a free money printer. And this is a brilliant farce. So I got a lot of hate from the AMC community for this. I was called a shill, a sellout, a suit.
Oh, yeah.
Yet I sold my APE shares at over $8 and now it's trading for $1.21. We're almost at the $1 that I predicted. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm just trying to help people see a red flag.
I think he's been drinking in this video. I absolutely do. I mean, of course, it will sound like that if we slow it down.
21 cents. We're almost at the $1 that I predicted. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I'm just trying to help people see a red flag when I...
Oh, I see the red flag. I see the red flag, Kev. God damn.
See it. And people got mad at me for selling in January. In hindsight, I wish I never got back in, right? Because I was right about selling. And so when I see something fundamental,
you're right again.
I'm not suggesting you copy me exactly or do exactly what I say. All I would say is, hey, let's have a reasonable dialogue and try to understand what's actually going on. With that said, let's talk about AMC, the movie theater. And let's talk about this Amazon deal that just came out. So we're going to incorporate
Amazon deal.
Things. First, in the last earnings, Aron suggested that, hey, you know what? We've had a soft box office quarter, and so revenues declined sequentially. That means quarter over quarter. Okay. In fairness, they did. And if you put the quarter over quarter
I like him better on Adderall.
In red on the left, you'd actually be able to properly compare the quarter over quarter numbers. See, we don't really want to compare to 2021 because people weren't going to movie theaters as much. We kind of want to compare quarter to quarter and maybe even back to 2019. Back in 2019, we were doing around $1 to $1.3 billion of revenue.
So rosy.
And in Q2, it looked like we were kind of going back in that direction at about $1.16 billion of revenue. However, quarter over quarter, those revenues slipped in total 17%. And you could see how the categories have declined here. Other theater revenue down 24%. Other revenues, of course, come from...
I mean, why is any of this shit a surprise? Why is any of this shit even a thing? Even if you believe in AMC or you're a long-term investor or whatever, you just want to invest in movie theaters. I mean, look at the market. Look at the economy. Look at where things are. It's not fucking 2021 anymore. Like that, and that rings true like fourfold. Okay. Just making sure that that we're actually getting out here. I'm back now. I am back now, but because of the delay, yeah, it just takes a second. But I do want to interject here because it's very interesting when you start talking about uh, creators agency and those clowns. Um, they do have a fair bit of reach, and they've got a fair bit of cash behind them too. So it wouldn't surprise me, but I just have one. Here's my take on that.
This is what happens when you work to change things. And first they think you're crazy, then they fight you, and then all of a sudden you change the world.
So that's what I would say to that. And it's clear, every time the heat starts getting turned up, something like that happens. Also, it could be the swingers at the swingers club. So I don't know, but hey, I had to slip that in there for you, Model 3
from
dude.
those ads that you see before a movie plays and things
Seriously,
like
though,
gift
I mean,
cards.
Who knows?
Okay, then we saw operating expenses stable in Q2, which is good. We really don't want to see these explode because that would mean employee costs are going up, right? And in Q2, they were at 402.2, and in Q3, they were again stable, 400.6. Okay, good. So stable operating, the industry just shrunk a little bit. That's not necessarily AMC's fault. That's just, okay, a bad box office quarter. The biggest problem with AMC, though, is, of course, over here. Corporate borrowings. Corporate borrowings went up, the expense went up by about $5 million as interest rates are increasing, and AMC refinanced some of its debt, presumably at a higher interest rate, leading to this higher interest expense in the quarter, rising from $80 million
I don't even think you have to presume that. I think you can.
The operating loss, if you just consider operations, was only $16.1 million, but then when you take out other costs and depreciation and, of course, interest, you get to a total loss of $226
Where's
million.
Shadow Stars at?
If you want to know what kind of
I hope he sees this.
burn that is,
comment on
flows, since
Kevin's
obviously
analysis.
depreciation isn't an actual cash expense. Cash burn is sitting at $179.2 million, which is a little bit of a problem given that right now AMC has $684.6 million. So how do we reconcile all of this? And if you want to know the refinance information, that's actually sitting right here. They refinanced a $471 million loan at 12.75%. That, by the way, is why, yes, your interest expense is rising. So you've got a company in an industry that is somewhat shrinking. You don't actually have a lot of cash. Operating expenses are stable, and your interest expense is rising at $85 million per quarter. You actually don't have a lot of runway. In fact, if we do some quick math, we can see with $684.6 million of cash, assuming they get to a break even without touching their credit lines, they have 2 years of cash, and then they're out of cash. Then they have to start borrowing again. If you don't go break even and you keep having these negative nearly $200 million quarters, you'll be out of cash at AMC in 3 months. And then, unfortunately, it's either borrow more, increasing that corporate debt expense, or it's go bankrupt.
That might not even be possible the way things are looking. Speaking of Bond King, from what I've been reading about the yield curve and looking at the yield curves. Anyway,
but we have to talk about this thing called APE. APE are the AMC preferred equity shares. I got a lot of heat for talking about these APE shares basically being a setup and a tool for AMC to basically just give the AMC apes, that is retail investors, something to be excited about, something to go to the moon for, something to go fight for, only to turn around and dump those shares on that retail audience using the money they raise there to pay off the debt at AMC. Now, I personally actually thought this was a pretty creative ploy, because if they could rip off retail investors, at least they would be able to pay off their debt, and if they paid off their debt, they could make sure that the 30,000 people who work at AMC don't go jobless if the company goes bankrupt. Unfortunately,
I think that's
the company
probably the least of anyone's concern. Whatever. You're going to have plenty of people lose their jobs.
Hasn't done a really good job at ripping people off. I hate to say that because the stock has plummeted. As I unfortunately predicted, the stock has plummeted from where I sold it in the $8 range all the way to, as we see here, $1.21. But what bothers me the most is that this stock, this is the weekly chart, by the way. Let's zoom out to the day chart here so you can see this a little more. You can see with every one of these ticks representing a day, this company, AMC, had plenty of days to dump shares. All over here, look at that. You had almost you had 30 days.
But you all know that, if there is a problem, I will come back eventually, unless I fall asleep. But even when I fall asleep, I come back. So, this is a garbage connection. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah, he didn't hide what the ape shares were for. He said that it gives them a kind of currency, pay off debt, nobody mess with Creators Agency. Scott Allen, the remix. Oh. Did you wire the money? No, dude, I gave him a ringer. Gave him the ringer. Dirty laundry. Dirty underwear, the whites, Walter said. Anyway, little Big Lebowski reference there. They did not get the money, Lebowski. They did not get money. Okay, so let's see. I was going to interject here and say, what was I going to say? Oh, I see that he's using Heikin-Ashi candles. Interesting. I think that's what I was going to say. All right, let's get through this
days
thing.
That you could have sold this stock for over $5. Over $5 they could have sold this stock for and dumped on retail. And what did they decide to do instead? Well, they didn't. Instead, they decided to just sell 14.9 million shares, raising only $36.4 million, which is a drop in the bucket relative to the debt they have. $36.4 million doesn't even pay for 2 weeks of interest. It's bad. And if you divide these two, it means as of November 8th, they've been selling at a $2.44 average. Now, the stock's only worth $1.21. So they have to sell twice as many shares just to raise more money. And I think they're starting to panic because you even see that today, which is really weird, today AMC
Why would they panic if
stock
Disney's
actually
buying them?
rose 4.3%. But Ape stock, which usually moves in conjunction with AMC stock, fell 4%.
Yeah, no,
That's
diverged
really
today.
weird. And look at this
Well, not if you're Jim Chanos. If you're Chanos, then, you know, that's what you wanted to happen, or the opposite. We can't ever remember.
Massive volume boost. All of a sudden, you went from an average of 13 to 20 million shares traded, all the way to 46 million shares.
Wait, 46 million? Wait a minute. Isn't that the number of FTDs?
It's a difference of about 25 million shares, which in fairness, if they sold, if this was AMC selling, they potentially raised another, congratulations, 2 weeks worth of interest, $30 million. Except they pushed the stock more into the abyss. That's the Ape shares. Now, I expect Ape to be milked dry and basically become completely worthless. This is what I've been saying for a while now, but sometimes people get mad at me when I talk about fundamentals. So what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not going to pitch you my program on fundamental analysis, stocks and psychology of money, 0 to millionaire real estate investing with a 60% off Black Friday coupon code.
No, you're not going to.
Days. But instead, I'm going to talk dirty to you and give you some more fundamental analysis. Amazon announced today that they plan to invest $1 billion to produce 12 to 15 feature films a year that they would air in cinemas. The box office, according to Bloomberg Intelligence, is expected to grow
Always a salesman.
by 18.4% in 2023 and could go up by another 15 to 20% because of Amazon. That's because in 2022, we're sitting at about $7.6 billion of a box office. That'll go up to hopefully $9 billion in 2023, and maybe even another 15 to 20% on top of that if this AMC plan comes to fruition in 2023. So
wait, why would that plan come to fruition in 2023, though? Actually, I'm skeptical of the whole thing. You remember? I know. Some people here do. There was supposedly a deal. This was last year, okay? And I'm not, just to preface this, Model 3 dude, I'm not picking on anybody or any company here. I'm just recalling an event that it was announced that Hertz, I believe it was Hertz car rental company, which has had enough problems in the last couple years that it was a red flag to me that Hertz announced that they were purchasing a certain number of Teslas, and it was supposedly, you know, a big deal, big order, you know, and it had the effect of pumping the stock price of Tesla. Might have been early this year. I forget when it was, to be honest, but it feels like that. It feels like that. It feels like you know, it's supposed to be mutually beneficial or something to announce this, but what sense does it make that they would do that in 2023? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, especially when you consider, uh, you know, they lost. Let's see. I mean, basically, possibly 900 billion, 900 billion to 1 trillion of market cap, since the height of their shares at 180, $190 down to 94. So that's curious. I mean, and that's where we are now. Not, you know, not even considering what may lie ahead in 2023. All AMC did was use Class A AMC shares, produce Ape shares using equity from A, and they drain the paid equity from Class A, leaving the Ape worthless. Seems to be. I mean, you know, I don't see anything wrong with that explanation. It seems to be what happened. It seems to be what happened. Just moving equity around, but So who knows if Amazon, this is a plan. It's a plan by Amazon. You know, road to hell is, paved with
What do we want to do?
Jeff
Well, let's
Bezos'
take
plans.
Amazon or Amazon's. Let's take AMC's revenue and let's just average out Q2 and Q3 and let's take about $1 billion of revenue. Just to make math easy, let's just say that's about your average quarterly revenue.
And how about this breaking news? I think this could be considered breaking news. Sarah Palin loses her House seat in Alaska to a Democrat. Just in, well, an hour ago. Seeing it here. Alaskan Democrat Mary Peltola beaten former governor to secure her second term. So she lost the election. I don't think she was already in Congress, but she lost. Okay, just happened to see that there. It's not relevant to anything, but maybe DWAC. That whack.
Let's now try to understand some future projections for this company and what the valuation of this company actually looks like. Let's grow $1 billion by 18.4% and 20%. So in other words, we're going with the best case scenarios here. Like, this is a pretty bull.
Isn't Kathy Woods an ape? I mean, she practically is. Boy, I listened to that Bloomberg 20-minute Bloomberg interview from the other day. Holy shit. We might listen to some of that because it's so absurd, and then we might look at that Steve Jobs, little Steve Jobs clip. But I do want to talk about some of the other things that are in the title of this stream.
Bullish scenario. That would generate about $1.4 billion of revenue for AMC. If we then subtract out the 27% that usually goes of total revenue, that
I mean, like, I like how he's just like, okay, they said they were going to invest this much, and now he's literally breaking it down. Like taking out film split and rent and fees, he's like legitimately taking it seriously. Like, I mean, and I haven't really even been paying attention, honestly. Like, $12 to 15 movies could boost. I don't know why he doesn't write in complete sentences. That's annoying. Amazon's plan to invest $1 billion to produce 12 to 15 movies a year for cinemas could boost that. Oh, the box office. Okay. It could, but I mean, it could also be maybe not. Maybe it'll be another Rust like tragedy, like with Alec Baldwin. That, just horrible incident that happened on their set. I mean, it could happen. Amazon's not a established movie studio. Do they really know what they're doing? Do they have experience producing that many movies? Are they really going to spend the money on quality personnel to make that happen, or is it going to be another key in a bottle scenario, like in the warehouses, and you can't leave? There's a tornado warning, you can't leave, and you end up dying because their warehouse is shoddily built. That kind of thing. So I'm just saying that's a possibility. One that he probably is not going to entertain, I'm guessing, since he's already like literally trying to extrapolate the numbers that were the wildly speculative estimates that were given. I mean, this is absurd. What an idiot. Elon bringing Trump back to Twitter will tank that app, what it's called, social something. Truth Social. He's acting like he has some knowledge when in fact I just told you everything you need to know as an investor. Amazon, yeah, and Amazon, well, the AMC shares, and then yeah, Amazon. That was my thought exactly. How many employees have they laid off? How many facilities have they? All the stuff, and and we're heading into 2023. You know, with a with a lot of indicators that are stacking up saying that in 6 months or so, shit is going to hit the fan. So it hasn't hit the fan yet, and it was a tough year for a lot of people in a lot of areas. And I believe we will see a higher inflation CPI number in the next reading. Absolutely, we will. I don't think there's any question that we will. We're already starting to see the seeds of that in some of the economic data that's come out already in the last couple weeks. Seeing durable goods orders elevated, not seeing any meaningful change in unemployment. So this is complete. I think this is complete fantasy. It's complete fantasy. They're going to invest all this money. I mean, I just don't see it. I mean, I could see it more likely to happen with Amazon than Netflix. I could say that. But that's not saying much. DWAC and Fun were up today. I think Kathy Wood bought a ton of GBTC. No, I don't play those tickers. That's a good thing. And yeah, when companies get lean, they're making their case for survival in the storm. They are, they are preparing the ship for rough waters ahead. So that is completely counter to the notion of, let's spend $1 billion making movies so we can make a small percentage of that back. It's got to crash, and I'll be selling the ES. And I switched to, well, typically like last year I was trading SPY options, and then this year, like pretty much at the beginning of the year, I switched to trading nasdaq QQQ options because I figured that, well, tech has had kind of the disproportionately retarded rally over the last year, 2 years, whatever. So what goes up must come down, and it went way up. It's going to come way down, and it ended up being pretty, pretty good. And we saw that again, like today. We've seen it the last couple of days to the upside, where the Nasdaq is outperforming the SPY and the Russell. So risk on, and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I'll be selling, or shorting, or whatever. I'll be trading it that way, as I have been mostly the whole year. It's it's you know it's when we have these rallies that everything falls apart for me, because I guess I don't see how anybody, especially people on Wall Street, professionals supposedly, but these are also the professionals that trusted Sam Bankman-Fried. So whatever, maybe they don't really know anything. I don't know, but it's mostly computers anyway. Probably it's all set up. It's a scam basically. That's what I'm saying. But uh, I don't see how anybody. I don't see how anybody who has basic economic knowledge could buy into this pivot nonsense, um, and would think that what we've seen is anything more than standard bear market rallies, short covering rallies, profit taking by Wall Street institutions, institutional traders, funds, etc. But they try to wrap this narrative on it. That's what the financial media does. They at Wall Street Journal started this shit with that goddamn article suggesting, that they were gonna slow, and it doesn't even matter. And that's what Jerome Powell has said. It doesn't even matter. If we slow the rate hikes, we're still raising rates. And you know what, like, the preferred outcome is, prices going down, valuations going down. Like, I don't even, anyway, you know, don't give me, well, it's too late. I already got started, but you know, it's just like, and it's not a thing where this hasn't happened before. You can look at a lot of examples and you can see a lot of the same scenarios starting to set up with the relationship between different asset classes and things like that. So probably psychology, you know, is the big player here. Like people are exhausted. They're tired of waiting. They're tired of being holding their holdings in cash. They're tired. You know, so Wall Street knows this shit. They know what the fuck they're doing. People can only afford to go to blockbusters like Avatar and Avengers. Watching a Prime on AMC is retarded. Prime movie on AMC. And right, I could definitely, you know, kind of see that. Um, that's another great point actually, because okay, great. Amazon somehow finds the billions to invest in creating these movies. Okay, there's a law of diminishing returns when it comes to this, especially in a recessionary environment, I would think. You know, yeah, one or two blockbuster movies, you know, one per quarter, couple a year, maybe something like that. Yeah, people can they can make that work. Yeah, we can go see two movies a year. We can afford that. Okay, but now you're talking about, you know, I don't know, an extra movie per month potentially. Okay, so now, and they're not all going to be blockbusters anyway. No, you know, like only not every movie is a success. So some of them are already are going to be failures. So you can't go with the, you know, anyway. Um, these false rallies. Yep. These rallies have drawn the emotional in and then slammed them the next day. And sometimes even the same day. I mean, really it is what it is, but sometimes it just like I just get, you know, I just get the feeling that it just like it's so insidious. It really is. Like sometimes the same day we've had these massive pumps and dumps. Like they will literally run it up to, and I been using volume profile levels and expected move levels from the option chain and stuff. So I have some levels marked on charts and things. I mean, we can look at it actually because it's and I we have looked at it. But you know, it's like one of these you can't make this shit up moments. Like they'll literally run it up to one of these lines. All these lines are based on levels that you know are meaningful in some way, or you know were previously used, previously observed. So you know the a lot of these where you know it'll just kind of hang out. It'll get there and hang out and then reverse. I mean, or stop and pause and you know for a smoke or whatever. And not all, and I don't have all the levels on here, so I already have too many lines and it's hard to keep track of what's what. But you know, it's just kind of like, okay, if it gets above this line, then our next target is this, and if it doesn't get above that you know, this one, then you know, you could maybe expect a reversal. And it's just basic targeting. But I mean, seriously, like, you know, some and these lines existed before the price action went there. So I mean, it's crazy. So in a way, it's you know helpful because you can kind of get at least a sense of where it could go, but they'll run it down, you know, test this level a few times, you know, or test it and bounce like three times, four times, and then the fifth time it just fucking sinks through it like a rock in water. I mean, it's you know whatever like I said, it is what it is, the way it is. But sometimes It's very insidious seeming. I mean, dumbass pumps, the dumbass pumps that we've had over the last bit of time. I mean, seriously, probably have to go out further, but like these are these are short covering rallies. There's no other explanation, especially when this is the overall theme of the year. I mean, it's going to be a whipsaw, type of thing as people take profits and all that. But the general, trend, and I see this isn't Fang Plus being down almost 50% enough. Probably not. Probably not. I don't think. I mean, how much are they up? Now, we have to look at so from the COVID lows, tech is up 150% to the peak at the end of last year. So up 150%. Here's where your triple leveraged ETFs, fuck you. Down 37% at the lows of the year, but now it's sitting at I don't even know, I'm just guessing here, about 30%. 30%. So, and don't don't you just love this things were 2019, the end of 2019, well, even, in the beginning of 2019 and all of 2019, but the beginning and end, basically, up until COVID, and it was really, beginning of 2022. And the curve starts to get more exponential. It starts to get more vertical as COVID is literally, on its way over here on every boat for every fucking piece of shit that we buy at Walmart. So it was already, I mean, that blows my mind, but okay, whatever. Um, and then of course we have the, the beginning of the end. Really, the beginning of the end was, June to the end of the year. Is that 6 months? So starting with the AMC debacle, that's the last hurrah. And then, you had a down September and October, basically, or first half of October of last year here, which I believe is seasonal anyway. And then you had so that's the pause, that's the, that's the pressure relief, and then you push to all-time high. And that's where you are. So I don't think anybody knows where anything's supposed to be at this point. I mean, I think that's clear. Nobody, they have no clue. They have no clue. And nobody has a clue. Nobody knows anything. Tom Sosnoff said that
recently. If we then
recently.
subtract out
I like
the 27% that usually goes of total revenue that goes to the films, they split those revenues about 50-50 to the film companies, and we take out 65.4% for rent, food, and operating expenses. Keep in mind, the actual operating expenses last quarter were about 70.4%, but because rent should be pretty stable since you have a bunch of empty seats, I'm actually taking a whole 5% off of that margin. I'm giving them an extra 5% margin just because of the scale that they could get since they're paying rent whether the seats are full or not, right? So I feel like I'm being generous here. I'm using the
don't
biggest
they have back rent too?
And
what about
the
that?
biggest growth or a larger margin here. That would leave them about $107.8 million. If we then subtract out about $85 to $82 million of debt expense, maybe even, well, I guess it would probably be like 85 to 90, somewhere around there since it's kind of trending up a little bit as they do refinances and such. that would leave about $15 to $20 million in profit per quarter for AMC in this potential best case scenario, which if you divide, just say $20 million of profit by the about 1 billion shares outstanding, which I just want to show you so you don't think I'm making these numbers up. The shares outstanding are right there. These, keep in mind, are the diluted share count, so they consider APE and all that, right? So now if we take about 15 million in profit, you'll be at about an EPS of 1.5 cents. If you take 20 million, you'll be about 2 cents. So you're somewhere between 1.5 to 2 cents of EPS, which if we annualize that, forget seasonality for a moment, just annualize it, times 4, gets you to about 6 cents of earnings, divided by the current share price is $7, or take the share price divided by that, $7.64. You're basically, in an optimistic scenario, looking at a PE ratio of about 127 times, which for a company that's not a growth company, that's a startup and has really good long-term prospects, the valuation is really high. And you have to make some really optimistic scenarios to make this one work. Again, the assumptions are that box office revenues and AMC would equally benefit from that, growing at 18.4% plus 20%. Revenues about $1.4 billion per quarter. The last time, by the way, they were around $1.3 billion before the pandemic was 2019.
And they were unprofitable.
And they actually lost money. Like their margin
and
was
they were
less
in debt
than 2%.
Less.
Except,
yeah, and we've talked about all this stuff on here. So let's assume positivity, though. Okay. Right. Let's assume that. Okay.
it's just not looking good. That's all I got to say. That's it.
Okay,
That's
good.
it.
We got to the perfect summary there. It's not looking good. Okay. I'm pretty sure 90% of the people who got into AMC knew it wasn't a fundamental play and it was all about the squeeze and still is. Yeah, well, you don't know anything about squeezes then. You know, like that's what you're saying. Because what would cause a squeeze at this point? It could only be fundamentals. I'm very, oh, here we go. Here's a classic. They're in debt and still spending money. Why did they buy that stupid fucking gold mine? You know, I mean, seriously, what a boondoggle. Got to be a scam. Got to be inside deal, scam, bullshit. I was thinking about this earlier. Aron, I think, wishes he could live in like the pioneer days, like the 1880s or something. Like he's buying gold and silver mines. He's investing in popcorn. When popcorn was, you know, in the Victorian era and beyond. Popcorn was a novelty. Aron is really something. I understand where you're coming from, Kevin, but I still feel like the price action of ape has been completely artificial and not representative of normal supply and demand you would see if the stock wasn't being shorted to oblivion. Shorted to oblivion. Okay, so many things in here I hate. And not the least of which is the name, Sheldon. Anyway, that's just personal preference. Yeah, I'm a shallow prick. I understand where you're coming from, but I still feel like the price action of ape. I feel like the price action has been completely artificial. Okay, you have a feeling. Okay, a feeling, and not representative of normal supply and demand you would see if the stock wasn't being shorted to oblivion. Okay, normal supply and demand. What is that? Could they show me an example? Could they describe it? Normal supply and demand. Okay. If the stock wasn't being shorted to oblivion, well, the data that you have doesn't indicate that the stock's being shorted to oblivion. So, no. The stock is down over 80%, like you said, in just a few months, with AMC not dumping hundreds of millions of shares on the market. Yes, lots of people probably sold out on the recommendations that you and lots of other YouTubers made. Okay, so that's true. That's true. Not meant to be a jab, just reality. But many more held their share. Many more held their shares. How do you know? Where's the data? You don't know that. You think you know that because 500,000 of the most overzealous and fanatical ones of them are on Reddit talking about it, circle jerking each other. But even in the best case scenario that there's 4 million AMC shareholders, that's 1/8 of the shareholder base, which is nothing. So you can't go off of that. But, I mean, can't tell anybody anything. Every day, tens of millions of shares are borrowed and shorted against APE. And for some reason, the SI is only 8% at Ortex. Even more so, the dark pool activity for APE transactions has been in excess of 70% daily. Well, I bet that's not true. Every time I've looked that up, they've been completely off on that. Completely off. I don't know what numbers they're adding together to get those figures, but let's see. I could be wrong. Oh, 59% off exchange. The average is 60. Off exchange here is white one. So 70 is here. So supposedly on this other day it was 77. Okay, sure. All right. That's it. Yeah, so it was over 70 one day. But they're saying the dark pool activity for APE transactions has been in excess of 70% plus daily. Nope. Sorry, dude. Sheldon, wrong. I mean, that's easy. That's a gimme. I'm not saying that APE won't get delisted or go below $1, but at the very least, I have to acknowledge that something doesn't smell right. How do you know something doesn't smell right? Maybe it's your nose. Maybe you should have been wearing a mask during COVID, and quit worrying about the goddamn movies. Well, the cost of the mine was minimal. Parlor trick. AMC owns a sliver of the company. Some say a kiss to his former employers. Who cares? He still gets to sell it to his shareholders. Whoa. I don't know why that's cut off like that, but cost of the mine was minimal. Symbolic. I mean, I guess I could see that. I mean, he really, if that's the case, and he really thinks that these people are gullible, but they are. Good thing AMC is not a fundamental play then. Normally, I wouldn't touch this play with a 10-foot pole, but since it is shorted, and at some point shorts have to cover, I'd say apes are in a good position here. Not a fundamental play at all. Buy and hold is fundamental here. Okay, so contradictions from Schwally. Shawley? I don't know. Everything is shorted. Everything is shorted. Every company is shorted. At some point, shorts have to cover. Maybe, but that some point could be years down the road. You're talking about a $1 stock. Apes are in a good position to lose everything. Buy and hold is fundamental. Buy and hold is what you do when you have a solid fundamental play. That's what you do. You buy and hold. That's Warren Buffett. He doesn't say buy and hold bullshit. No. God. It's a terrible perspective of it. Stock market should be moving on a premise of supply and demand. All apes. Okay, so here we go with the not fundamentalist, but the strict constructionist. Let's call them that, right? Remember strict constructionism? Stock market should be moving on a premise of supply and demand. All apes was only issued to current shareholders, which is vast majority to retail. Well, that's also where you're wrong. Not true. Been tracking that for a year and a half. It's not true. Retail, by and large, is still holding, and there are some sellers, but we aren't taking millions of people selling. We aren't talking millions of people selling. We're talking maybe a few thousands, and by no means should that have moved the price action 86% down, especially when we can see massive buying in the stock. Okay, again, it doesn't matter how many sellers there are. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many sellers there are. And you see all the time, you see more volume or less volume. All the time, you see both sides of it. You see more volume and the price go up, and more volume and the price go down, or less volume and the price go up, and less volume and the price go down. It's about what people want to buy and sell their shares, what price they want to buy and sell their shares at, or how aggressive they are about getting in and out of the market. So that is more important than just the volume, because the apes trade, they buy with limit orders, they buy with passive orders, essentially, mostly. And that was instilled in them last year, uh, because they're worried about getting a certain price or whatever. But they never bothered to learn these things. Um, a mini rant. They flipped the meaning of fundamental. Yeah, exactly. So it's not a fundamental play, but buy and hold is a fundamental thing to do here, which is what you do on fundamentally strong companies. Like, it makes no sense. Okay. Also, you missed the entire point of ape. Yes, it is to dilute and raise money, pay off debt, which is the most bullish thing the company can do fundamentally, because they would be cash positive if they had no debt or reduced it slightly, significantly. So I guess this ape thinks that fundamentals matter. Most bullish thing a company can do fundamentally. I mean, they would be cash positive if they had no debt or reduced it significantly. That's not happening anytime soon. How do you get that? Secondly, the strategy was never to be used like a tradition stock where the only thing you should care about is risk management. Oh, wow, this is fucked up. This was to be held and not put into the hands of institutions, because we could prove that are more. No, nobody ever said that that's what it was. I mean, and that makes no sense. It makes more because ultimately a squeeze would bankrupt the company. The CEO is not going to try to do that. He's going to try to save the company. He's going to try to make it profitable. That's his job. And that should be what shareholders are concerned about. But apparently, it was to be put in not to be put in the hands of institutions, because we could prove that there are more shares in existence than legally issued. Why are they so focused on this? It's bizarre. It's stupid. It's ignorant. It's, yeah, there are more quote unquote shares trading than have been issued by the company. Yes, because some of them that are trading have been borrowed. I mean, how is that? How is that so hard to understand? Because you can't you can't sell somebody else's car for 'em, man. It makes no sense. I can't sell something I don't own. Yeah, you can if you borrow it, and there's a contract that states that whoever buys this from you has equity exposure, just like a stock, just like if they owned a share of stock, which you don't even really own a share of stock. You have equity exposure to the company through a series of contracts. So it's just ridiculous. Yes, you bought AMC. Oh, you created panic because you are not invested into this play the same way we are. Yes, you bought AMC. Yes, you held, and yes, you did some research before doing so. But you are not focused on AMC. You are focused on value creation. And because AMC and value creation are not synonymous. 3 point. The stock is being manipulated heavily, allegedly. You should do a live with someone far more educated about this situation, like AMC Bigums, Tony DeNaro, Randall Cornett. The way you represent this is so surface level, you are misleading people and you will flip flop while some poor soul listens to you. I'm not hating on you as you are a success businessman. You are just not that educated on this situation. Wow. I mean, this is everything that I motherfucking hate about the god fucking damn apes right here in this comment. First of all, this person, this is written like it's written like a fourth grader. It's poorly written, which, you know, shoot me, okay? It it matters how well somebody communicates. Communication is important. Clearly and concisely communicating. And yes, it signals that someone is less educated. If they can't write and communicate clearly in the proper syntax and format, more often than not, that means that they didn't take learning it seriously or they don't do it a lot. Now, the flip side is not true. There are plenty of people who are not educated, again, just like before, who are, you know, professional writers and novelists and everything else. So it doesn't have to be, but you have to put the fucking work in to refine your skills. And part of that is research. Part of it's research, and writing go hand in hand. So if somebody can't write, if they're not expressing something very well, okay, then I'm going to look at what are they talking about? The things that they're saying. Are they sensical or nonsensical? And they're pretty much nonsensical. I mean, this is everything, everything. Well, at least everything in this is shit that, you know, it's just ridiculous. Okay, I'm not going to continue reading these comments because this is terrible. I mean, I just don't care about Kevin at all. Okay. No mention of the 120 million FTDs. Definitely not bias. Yeah, I mean, less biased than anything that comes with the apes, comes from the apes. Okay, so I want to switch gears here real quick, or, you know, right now to something else. So let me bring up an image. So Bad Back 007 put this into Telegram chat earlier. It's a tweet from Casey Shaw to Fidelity, and, like, you know, just the it's just it's classic ape. You know, the attitude, everything. Fidelity. I'm trying to pull the time and sales data from Active Trader Pro for AMC from 11:42 and 58 seconds to 11:43 and 11 seconds, and the data is just missing. Can you please explain? Can you please explain? So, what do you think I did? What do you think I did? Oh, yeah. Yep. I have Fidelity. I have Active Trader Pro. Let me go look. And you know what? It's crazy. Crazy. I can't believe it. Yeah, the data's there. It's not missing. I'll show it to you in just a moment. You got to bring up the. So, okay, here it is. In a moment. But yeah, the data's there. It's absolutely there. I don't know what this clown is talking about, but I mean it's beyond comical, like how inept these people are. And this guy says he's been in the stock market for 20 years or something. 3 years ago asked, where do the losses go when you lose money? I don't get it. I don't get it. So I exported it from Fidelity into Excel. And the reason I did that is because my connection quality, I didn't want to be dependent on it from the internet. So I could just depend on it from my computer. So just cleaning this up here. So making it larger. So this is the data. Okay, let me make sure. Okay, and I'll just go through this quickly here. So time and sales AMC 11:23, and it's November 23, and I just did. So he says 11:42:58 to 11:43:11. So 42:58 to 43:11. That's a missing period apparently. So um, what we want to see it basically is stuff before 11:43:11. Like that's the end point of the missing data, according to Casey Shaw. So what I did was I just picked a previous point in time before that, 11:35 to 11:43 and 10 seconds. This 10 seconds is the last of the missing seconds, right? I just want to make sure that the reasoning is why didn't I just put in these timestamps that he has here? Well, you know, I don't care specifically about that period. I just want to see everything up to before that, and it's going to include what he says is missing. Okay. I mean, I thought that was a logical way to do it. So yeah, 11:43 and 10 should be missing according to Shaw. So here's so it's in reverse logical order, or chronological, whichever. The most recent is first here. So 11:43:10, and let me make this bigger so this is easier to see for the people in the back, so to speak. But yeah, 11:43:10, 10 seconds. And there's kind of a lot. So, but 11:43:10, still going. 11:43:09, 08. Whoop. 11:43:08, 11:43:07, 11:43:06, 05, 03, 42:57. So you have 6 seconds here between 11:42:57 and 11:43:03 where there doesn't appear to be any trades. 6 seconds. And then a second in between 4303 and 4305, where that here doesn't appear that there's any trades. But then you have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10, and then 11 is where it is. So I don't know what he's talking about here, but I'm gonna extend the olive branch because Casey Shaw was kind enough to make this offer for me when I did some ortex research, and I did it longhand way because I don't have ortex, and he offered to, hey, if you ever need anything pulled off of ortex, let me know. Be happy to do it. So I'm going to extend the same courtesy to Casey Shaw. If you ever need any time and sales data for AMC or any other stock, you just let me know. I'll pull it for you. And no problem. It's all there. So the first reaction, the impulse is, well, the data's missing. Could you explain? They have articles explaining on how to look at the time and sales data, I'm sure. So why does somebody need to explain that to you? Just literally, go learn it, as Tom Cruise would say. But there it is. It's all there. I mean, I wish these people weren't this stupid. Honestly, I really do. I wish they weren't this inept. But that's the unfairness of life, I guess. There has to have some people have to be retarded. Some people have to be losers. Some people have to not get it. And I think, it's not pleasant to focus on those people, and it's we don't necessarily focus on them. But today, it's just so many things piling up here. Everything pointing in one direction, and being unable to pick up on any of these things. It really is. It really is amazing. It really is awe-inspiring. Like, it's always something new. Always something new, but it's always the same old tricks. And this is something you see in cults, you see in scams, obviously. There's really not that much that's new in any of these things. Just has a different veneer on it, or the timing, like with in terms of Al, for example. It could be said that morale's lower, things like that. So what a perfect time to, bring in some middle school drama of, I know something, but I can't tell you. I mean, what 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 a douche. Who says that? Literally, who fucking says that? I, like, what in the fucking hell? That's something a kid would say. It's some ridiculous bullshit. Is it Nimrod watching every trade? I don't know if he's watching every trade. I don't know why he noticed that, or why it shows that he, that it's missing on his or something, whatever. I have no clue. But all I know is that Bad Back put that in there, and I'm like, well, it won't take that long to open up Active Trader Pro and just look. And like clockwork, I mean, it's like, yeah, this is a self debunker here. The only thing you have to do is like go verify, like I said, verification that, oh, they say that this is not there. Okay, let me go there and look. Oh, it actually is there. They just must be stupid. Yep. Reed, there's Reed, Mr. Exit Liquidity. Mentioned you earlier with one of these clowns said, you know, why would, oh yeah, Teddy Zane, I think it was Teddy Zane talking about that Cosmos thing. Or no, maybe it was the Daniel Ratcliffe guy or whatever talking about AMC. Anyway, whatever. You were mentioned. You were summoned, so glad you're here. So yeah, so Casey Shaw, being Casey Shaw here. I'm trying to pull the time and sales data. And the data is just missing. Maybe they you know, maybe they're hiding it just from Casey Shaw. Maybe they're just like, you know what, we're gonna mess with this guy because he's just, you know, we'll see if he notices. We're gonna yank out 13 seconds or whatever it is, and see who notices. And they all bet on it in the Fidelity office pool. It's a dark pool though, so apes aren't not interested. And then what's the other thing I got here? Oh yeah, Al. So I've been avoiding this. I've been avoiding it, avoiding it, avoiding it, avoiding it. But and we kind of we you know, hello. What the hell did that closed caption say? It said hello apnea pets. Apnea pets. I think he says apes and apettes, but it said apnea pets. God, what is wrong with this kid? Like, okay. God, we are on the run up again. Oh yeah, okay, lottery stocks. AMC stock trends up on news of Amazon's $1 billion investment in movie theater releases. I mean, it almost sounds good there for a second until they say releases. $1 billion investment in movie theater releases. Also, $1 billion wouldn't really do much. It wouldn't change much. That's crazy. $1 billion would not change anything. Essentially, a one-time investment of $1 billion. I mean, if they weren't generating their own revenue, profit. So we can get the news from Donahue George. Stocks, real estate health. I want to see some of the real estate health content. AMC is so bullish now. Fed minutes update. I mean, how in the No, it's not. It's not fucking bullish, and the Fed minutes didn't change a goddamn thing. They didn't change a goddamn thing. It changes nothing. Nothing. And here's the irony, the more that people think it did, and they react in an inappropriate way, the worse it will actually be. That is counterproductive to fixing the fucking problems that we're having. It is counterproductive to be a mindless fucking bull all the time. Because shit can't go up all the time, as we know. That's why there are different strategies. That's why there are, there's something called, holding in cash. That's why there are different things you can do. That's why there's short selling. But I mean, to claim that it's so bullish after this meeting, it's insane. It's insanity. Amazon invests $1 billion in AMC. Amazon invests $1 billion in AMC. Confirmed. No. Invests $1 billion in AMC. Confirmed. It's not confirmed. You were a clown. You're literally wearing a fucking leprechaun hat. What the fuck? No, they didn't invest in AMC. That's straight up misinformation. I'm sorry. I mean, not sorry. Unfortunately, that's not going to do it. Does no good. Amazon to invest $1 billion per year. $1 billion per year. Okay. Citibank invested $1 billion in AMC stock. Citibank invested $1 billion in AMC stock. Apparently. Okay. I don't know if that's true. I don't know that it matters. Exposed. Who created these synthetic AMC tokens? Oh my God. Is Apple buying Disney bad for AMC? My thoughts and my AMC Thanksgiving thank yous. I mean, definition of low quality channel. What a cesspool. AMC bullish when 5% today. Pretty sure Ape was down 5%. I think you're right-ish, basically. AMC was, let's see, AMC was up 4.37% and Ape was down 3.97%. So that is for cumulatively, or I'm sorry, in the aggregate, AMC and Ape together, it's a net change of positive 3.15%, which is right 27 cents. 27 cents higher for the combined at 8.85. So negligible, nothing, no change. Leprechaun hat. Tim Apple. Yep. Good old Tim Apple. Nice MOAS. Yep. AMC squeeze postponed. Well, that's contradictory to what everybody else is saying. Banks losing billions. Hedges will have to cover their shorts. AMC GME MOAS incoming. Look, here's a guy who does not use punctuation. Look, no punctuation. Yeah, as interest rates rises, banks are losing billions of dollars. They lend money at fixed rates, but they borrow at adjustable rates when, yeah, uneducated fool. The shorts cannot close. Here's why. Oh, look, Clay Bro's back. Everybody's come out of the woodwork recently. Just wait till T plus infinity. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be like that movie Looper. Or there were a few movies that came out like that in a few years span, 6, 7, 8 years ago, something like that. These like Groundhog Day-ish kind of movies. Look, he's Ape Nation Will. Yeah, let me smoke some weed on camera. That'll give you some credibility with the community. Citi shorting AMC for over a year, over 1 billion shares shorted. AMC GME dumpy. Don't drive angry. Well, maybe we should check it out then. Will Disney buy AMC? Al from Boston response. Okay, that's fair. We could do that. We could do that.
Your Ape Nation, what's happening? It's your boy Will, back at you again with another video. So I just want to start off by saying shout out to Phil.
Wouldn't it be funny if he got arrested?
Happy birthday.
Cop came up while he was making a video, smoking a blunt.
Enjoy your birthday.
I would enjoy that.
The live stream was off the chain, had a lot of fun. Listening to all your songs. Ape Nation, what's happening? It's your boy Will, back at you again with another video. So I just want to start off by saying shout out to Phil for real. Happy birthday again, my G. Hope you enjoy your birthday. Your live stream was off the chain. Had a lot of fun listening to all your songs.
Oh, yeah, those fabulous songs.
Elon Musk and Adam Aaron tweets and stuff. Was a lot of fun. So shout out to you, Phil for real. Happy birthday, my guy. So a lot of people are talking about the Al from Boston video where he went over some information that was disclosed to him about apparently some kind of leverage buyout with AMC.
To him.
He did not want to name the players, the big players in it or whatever. He didn't want to give out too much information, but supposedly there's some kind of leverage buyout. He told everybody that we have nothing to worry about and we're going to squeeze soon.
Oh, yeah. So
forced to cover.
Basically what they've been saying for almost 2 years then. So that is different how? I mean, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions here. Maybe Ape Nation Will is going to say the same thing. He's going to call him out and say, you know what? So fucking what? You've been saying that for months and months and months. Every time it's a different reason. None of the reasons ever work out. Why should anybody believe you? We refuse to believe you. We don't believe you. We're not a slave to your fucking fantasies and charlatanry. Maybe he'll say that. Maybe he will. I mean, it is, you know, it is a possibility.
Because the leverage buyout will kill the short thesis, because AMC will be 100% debt-free or near 100% debt-free with this leverage buyout. So, my thoughts on it, I don't want to discredit Al from Boston, his intelligence, his information, or anything like that. But this is just me. It's hard for me to trust a faceless guy on YouTube. That's just me. I mean, don't want.
Well, it's hard to trust him. Okay, that's a step in the right direction. But what does the face have to do with anything? I mean, we got plenty of people who show their face on every video, unfortunately, who are spreading misinformation. So you trust them seemingly because they show their face. They're not a faceless person on YouTube. I don't see how that matters. Plenty of AMC pumpers, when the groundwork, foundation. There you go. When the foundation for this thing was laid last year, there were plenty of people who had integral roles in, pumping it, promoting the squeeze, and, misleading people, brainwashing them, basically, who didn't show their face then. Roensch Capital didn't. What's his name? Benji didn't, and he was very popular. Now we just skip over his videos. But I mean, last year, a lot of people watched those videos and they were influenced by them. So there were a lot of people, me, of course, but not only am I faceless, but I'm saying something that they don't like. So it's a double. Just disregard you. You don't matter. You're just a shill, fud, cuck, cocksucker, cum guzzler. Songs are off the chain, man. That's gnarly. That is gnarly. Amazon woes. Okay. Whoa. So, I mean, you should have just said, I don't know if, I don't know if he knows what he's talking about or not, but uh, it's hard for me to trust somebody who's been wrong every step of the way, who's made predictions that haven't come true. I don't care if I can see somebody's face or not. Are they coming with the goods and the receipts to back it up? And are they encouraging me to go look it up myself? Not saying, oh, make sure you do your own DD, but by saying, here's what I'm looking at, here's a specific data, go look it up, go put it together for yourself. No, it's just go on Reddit, read the same old fucking DD that was ridiculously absurd last year, and now it's I can't read it. I can't read it.
I want to say
it's terrible.
That the information that he's giving us is not true. I don't want to say that, but
well, you should. That's a better thing to assume. If you're going to make an assumption, look, if you're going to make an assumption, the assumption that you should make is that it's not true. And that in order for you to believe that it is true, it has to be proven. That's the way this shit works. You don't assume something is true and operate off that assumption. That's how you get fucked up. That's what happened here. Took one assumption, they built everything off of it. Like synthetic shares and naked shorts. Without that, you have nothing. That's never been proven. That's the danger of stacking assumptions. I mean, it's like critical thinking logic 101, but not even. This is like shit that high school students understand. At least I did.
It's just, like I said, it's just hard for me to trust a guy that's on YouTube that's faceless. It's just hard.
What if he's been wrong every time?
You go to any
Would you trust him then?
You see your face. You see your face behind the product, which is the channel.
It doesn't matter.
That's my thoughts on that.
So that basically you're saying nothing then.
What else
That's
we talking
vape.
about? So
he has no actual thoughts on it. Okay, well, that's silly. I mean, let's see what we got here. I think this was the Model 3 dude one.
The latest downturn in big tech. Amazon is reportedly ready to lay off 10,000 workers just ahead of the holiday shopping season, and the cuts would be the largest in Amazon's history and the latest in a string of struggling tech giants reducing their workforce.
So what's behind the massive cutbacks? KTLA's Pedro Rivera joins us live with the story. Pedro.
Micah, share, while most of the attention of the tech world has been centered on Twitter and its troubles, the industry as a whole are seeing an alarming number of layoffs right before the holidays. The latest report saying Amazon plans to lay off thousands.
The economy does not look great right now.
Big changes coming to the e-commerce giant. The New York Times reporting Monday.
The economy does not look great right now. Oh, yeah? You gonna be hurting? You be hurting, Jeff?
The economy does not look great right now.
Big
what a clown.
Coming to the e-commerce giant. The New York Times reporting Monday, Amazon plans to lay off 10,000 employees, most being in Amazon's corporate offices. Speaking with CNN, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos spoke of a looming recession in the forecast.
You're seeing layoffs in many, many sectors of the economy. People are slowing down. The probabilities say if we're not in a recession right now, we're likely to be in one very soon.
This round of layoffs represent about 1% of Amazon's global workforce.
But this would be a big red flag for both investors and analysts because we're going into the holiday season, which is typically Amazon's peak time, not the time you would expect there to be cutbacks.
But it's not only Amazon. Meta, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, laid off 11,000 people.
I love how KTLA in Los Angeles describes Meta as the parent company of Instagram and Facebook. They put Instagram first. That's fascinating to me. I don't think they would do that here in Ohio. I think it would put Facebook first. But in LA, in California, they put Instagram first. I mean, somehow that's fitting.
Last week, it was reported
fascinating.
last week Disney is also planning layoffs and a hiring freeze. And on November 4th, Twitter relieved half of its staff, 3,700 workers, when Tesla CEO Elon Musk took control of the company.
Broadly speaking, surveys from CEOs show that they're all anticipating not just a recession next year, but a potentially nasty recession. So it could be that many companies are getting their fiscal ducks in a row before things get even worse, economically speaking.
As for Twitter, economist Robert Bruschka believes Musk's poor timing of the big purchase led to the mass firing.
Elon Musk bought the company before the stock market weakened. The stock market fell and left him with a company with much lower value, but he had to pay a high price for it. And now he's trying to reduce expenses, and so he's cutting payrolls.
According to an online tracker, layoffs FYI.
He's also trying to reduce revenue, and he's succeeding at that too, I think. You can't make this shit up. It's hilarious.
More than 120,000 jobs have been cut in the tech industry this.
But why couldn't it have been Apple? You know, that's my question. When is the reckoning gonna finally come for Apple? Oh,
year alone.
But there is good news to report. U.S. lender Goldman Sachs does expect some relief, saying it expects a significant decline in inflation because of slower wage growth and the easing of supply chain issues. Live in the news center, Pedro Rivera, KTLA 5 News.
Pedro, thank you.
Okay, Goldman. Okay. Seems like the market is going to dump hard early next year. I saw an interesting post recently that showed how the Fed pivot actually historically occurs just before the crash. So we're not there yet. Well, we have to, I mean, they have to be able to see that inflation is abating. You know, that's the biggest thing. And they're going to try to intercept. That's what they talk about. They're going to try to intercept the curve, so to speak. Like inflation is coming down. As inflation is coming down, the interest rate will cross over the inflation curve. And conventional wisdom is that interest rates need to be risen to a rate that's higher than the rate of inflation. That's traditionally what they would say. And that's, I believe, what Paul Volcker did, right? And a couple others in history. But yeah, I don't know about a pivot. I don't think we're anywhere close to that either. I mean, people keep saying they will pivot, then the market will rally, but I saw a chart that showed how the SPX historically dumps after the pivot. And the thing is, like, yeah, it absolutely. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. I mean, and there are two kinds of pivots also. There's a pivot, you know, there's a pivot that is the good pivot under good circumstances where like everything's going in the right direction, and now we can loosen conditions back to a normal, not a completely, you know, open, you know, no restrictions, completely loose monetary policy. That's what fucked us up before, but it can be, you know, the rope can be let out a little bit. Lending can occur, you know, you can get some of this, but or the pivot of, you know, everything's hitting the fan and the Fed, you know, hastily, you know, tries to cut rates to fix the problem, try to fix the problem, plug the boat, and it just it actually has the opposite effect and sends us into a hyperinflation tailspin. So, like, but in either case, at this point, like, how how does it make any sense that if the Fed pivots now, which I don't even know what they mean by pivot, they said that they're not at the terminal rate. They said that rates have to go higher. They're not done raising rates. The argument is apparently, I don't even know if it's real or not. It's just some media bullshit, but I guess the meeting minutes today kind of confirmed it, but it doesn't matter. The argument is over how large will the rate increases be? Will they be, 75, 50, 25? They're still going up. Okay, that's not really a pivot. Pivot would be going the opposite direction, loosening conditions again. And Reed's talking about, you know, where was he? Yeah, market will rally, pivot, the market will rally. Okay, like, so let's assume the pivot is the pivot after, inflation is coming down. There's 2, 3, 4, however many, but certainly at least 2 or at least 3 consecutive readings of CPI that is lower. And they're confident that's on that path. That's the pivot. Whatever now, I mean, it's lipstick on a pig. It's just talking about these bear market rallies and trying to put this narrative onto it to entice retail investors to buy into it, essentially as exit liquidity. That's the best I can do to understand why the corporate mainstream media would promote this and give it any credence as if it has any credibility or validity whatsoever. It's brain dead because the market rally and if inflation they want to decrease demand. That's at this point, decrease demand and allow it to match the supply that we have, which should bring down prices, right? So demand goes down, stores sell less merchandise, they bring in less money, their total revenue is down, their earnings per share is down, they miss their earnings. That's not a fucking celebration. That's not a reason for the stock to go higher now. It's not. It's the stupidest thing, the stupidest concept, really. Because on the other side of this is a recession. We can't skip the recession and go straight to a fucking another bull market. That is the dumbest fucking shit I have ever heard. And I don't. The only people who can actually believe that are uninformed retail investors who watch CNBC and Fox News, Fox Business, and take what they say at face value. I can't. I honestly, yeah, it makes no sense whatsoever. No pivot, expected divot. Last night at the biggest iPhone factory in China. Oh boy, do I even want to see this? Pivot to some means 50 basis point increase. Turning is reversing to stimulate. Yeah, I mean, I don't see like that's not really pivoting because you're going in the same direction. Like these are some uneducated motherfuckers who don't understand. Apparently, they don't even, I, I don't know. Like I don't get it. Like pivoting means that you're changing directions, Now, slowing down the direction you're going, that's like tapping the brakes. It's not pivoting. But yeah, Americans have to stop spending. Yeah, they do. And they don't have, they have to stop spending. And I think they will soon because they don't have any money and their credit cards are maxed out. And I mean, I have 0 credit cards. I don't use credit cards. I've been in that before twice. And I don't need credit card to live. And I don't want a credit card. I don't use credit cards. But these credit card balances are at all-time highs. Also, you have interest rate hikes too on loans that already have high interest rates. I mean, it's crazy. So I think that that's going to be slowing down, although everybody's coming out with new credit cards like AMC and um, Macy. No, I don't know. I think Antoinette said something once about a different store or something that was coming out with a credit card. It's a good point. I hadn't thought about different scenarios. I tend to think the latter shit hit the fan scenario is what we're going to get. Taking Mr. Bezos at face value, the economy is in bad shape. And it's. I think that it also to keep in mind too, sources of who's saying what. You come over here at Amazon, and we were looking at it before. This thing is down like 50% from its highs. It lost $1 trillion in market cap. I would expect Jeff Bezos to say that the economy's in bad shape, and maybe it's true. Beyond him saying, because he said it, you can probably see it, in plenty of indicators and stuff. But like, that's not the same as a stock being down 50% necessarily. The economy and the stock market are not the same thing, but one can kind of predict the other, or at least the stock market is forward looking, so this reflects expectations, more so than current right now. Of course, it's affected by right now in terms of affecting a future cash flow, but for all intents and purposes, I mean, Ken Fisher says 3 to 30 months in the future, depending on volatility and things like that, the stock market is pricing for the future. So you got it. This stock is down 50% as an expectation for the future. Yeah, I would say it's probably not good. It's probably not good. It's probably, the economy is in bad shape. I mean, and some things are a little bit more fluid than others, but like gas, for example, gasoline prices have come down. I paid $3.13 for gas yesterday. I, is very low. I was also in a very bad area of town, so the prices are better over there. It's happened to be going through there, and needed gas, but other things are continuing to get more expensive, like food, like anything at the grocery store. And I suspect that we're going to see, problems with China supply chain again because of the COVID situation there. So, I mean, yeah, I don't see a case for it, any type of, bullish pivot. I mean, it's absurd. It's absurd. Now, who knows? I could be wrong, and I've been wrong a decent amount this year, only because of these stupid rallies. got caught off guard or trapped or whatever. But ultimately, our basic thesis is correct. It has been correct. Timing wise, nobody can predict. Nobody can get the timing right. I don't care who they are, because it's too stochastic in nature, too random. You don't know, and you get these reactions like, oh, the CPI number was higher. Yeah, the last CPI was higher. It just wasn't as high as they thought it was going to be, and that triggered this whole recent retarded rally. Supposedly, I mean, I guess shorts have to cover at some point, right? Shorts must cover at some point. I don't even know what day it was. I think it was last week, whatever, or the week before. Might have been the week before. But, yeah, it was getting down to a point where it was, quote unquote, oversold. But I don't even know what that means anymore. I don't think anybody can really say. It's hard to say something's oversold or overbought, because what the fuck is the fucking value supposed to, what is the valuation actually? Who has a clue what these things are actually worth? I mean, I don't think Apple is worth anywhere near $151 personally. I mean, that's ridiculous to me. Absolutely absurd. I mean, you're talking about it's down, barely over 15%. And Amazon, oops. And from the highs, from the highs back last year. And Amazon is down 50%. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I don't use Apple products, and I don't use Amazon a ton. But I mean, in the last 25 years, let's go back 25. In the last 25 years, it's like maybe I bought one or two things from Apple, and they might have even been gifts for somebody or something. Or I needed it for work to do something, some specialty thing, whatever. But I don't personally own any of the products. So like one or two instances of Apple, and hundreds of instances of Amazon. So I think, and this is just speculation, but of course, all things must be settled ultimately. I think that, and there's a lot, the App Store, for example, basically fucks over the developers, and locks them into these ridiculous rates. Pays to be bearish in a bear market that has no compelling reason to reverse. True, but also have to keep in mind it will reverse. Not permanently, but like those reversals that we saw. And it's just, timing those out is impossible. It's impossible, and it's infuriating too. So, but I I agree, and it really, it pays to be flexible in your thinking. Be bearish when it's time to be bearish, and be bullish when it's time to be bullish. Where you get screwed up is when you're on the wrong side of it, obviously. But yeah, and then it's been not a great year, but you had 2 years that were extremely great, like way too great. So, I mean, are we in a good position right now? You know, I would say no. And I'm sorry, but, you know, like Wall Street trying to spin this narrative of, oh, it's time to buy stocks and it's not going to go down and we've seen the bottom. You know, it's just it's the same typical disingenuous, just horse shit. You know, from the biggest group of scammers to ever have walked the fucking face of the earth. I mean, there's no question about it. You know, there's so much propaganda, and you know, a certain percentage of their profits are from that propaganda. The fruits of that propaganda, because it convinces people, it entices people. The more it happens, the more, you know, more people are going to buy into it the next time. They're different people. So you know, that's why it pays not to listen to the media. I mean, you can keep up with the news, but you know, like actually, you know, especially those two, CNBC and Fox Business. I mean, it's just garbage. It is just complete garbage. It's like tabloid. It's a tabloid, basically. Live on what you have. Yeah, amen, brother. You know, I'm pretty frugal, pretty minimal. People have to realize it's not just a U.S. economy that's going to recession. It's the whole world at once, and that's another good point. Another great point. You know, energy prices in Europe, um, all kinds of stuff. Historic inflation in the United Kingdom and around the world. I mean, I've seen some crazy inflation. I mean, just it's record levels in a lot of places. And I was thinking about this too the other day. Like the whole narrative on inflation was just completely fucked up every step of the way. Every step of the way, we won't see inflation. That's when we first did the, you know, stimulus. We won't see any meaningful inflation, or if we do, it'll be transitory. And then, oh, you know, we're starting to see some inflation, but it's transitory. It's going to be transitory, da, 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 because of COVID and everything else. And I mean, it doesn't take a genius to either understand or be able to understand monetary inflation. I mean, we added so many trillions of dollars, and we're not going to have inflation. Okay, yeah, you created all that demand, you put all that money in the hands of people that spent it, and it went straight to Wall Street and you know, shareholders, and mostly Wall Street. I mean, how disingenuous is that? Are people really that pigeonholed as quantitative trade? I mean, really, a quant, somebody whose job title, you know, is a quantitative trader or a strategist or a fund manager. You don't, yeah, no, they know, they have to know. They would have to know some basics of that. So, yeah, it's disingenuous. Uh, Complete garbage. Anyway, Foxconn protests. Wow. Wow. Damn. Not safe for work here. China seems to be. Can I think I can safely mute this. I mean, we don't understand anything they're saying anyway. But China is a powder keg. I mean, I really think that it's pretty fascinating what's been happening as far as this kind of stuff, these protests. Remember the mortgage boycotts, and just, you know, the complete botching of the whole COVID situation there. You know, it's just I don't know. I don't have any predictions. I don't really care to speculate, but this is, yeah, the workers not being paid in 3 weeks. I mean, that's, Foxconn said it had fulfilled its payment contracts. Okay. Okay, sure. I'm sure we can trust what they say. Good old, well, not. So, I don't know. And and that like that's where that's where your iPhones come from, folks. That's Apple. That's Apple's supplier. And why again, I mean, in any fundamental way is Apple is it just makes no sense, but it's not doesn't have to. It's not going to, but that tells me that Apple at 151, it's yeah, obviously the price is there, but does that make sense going forward into the future? I really don't think so. And what is Apple thinking? They are thinking, they're just another bloated, greedy corporation like every other one now at this point. Think different. Their slogan literally used to be "Think different," and that was part of the appeal. Was that they were seen as somehow uh, set apart. I mean, I don't see how any can really make that statement at this point. I don't see it. I mean, this is wow. I mean, I don't never advocate for violence, but it is fascinating to see because we don't see this kind of stuff here really the same way. Wow, Christ. I mean, obviously I mean, we see that all the time. I mean, that's really nothing new. That's police brutality. We do have that, but on people that are protesting, I mean, like, okay, I live in Northeast Ohio. I'm less than an hour away from Kent, Ohio, Kent State University. Um, so, yeah, that was that sort of thing. And, Eugene Debs got arrested here 100 years ago for, speaking on behalf of workers. So which is pretty fascinating. He was arrested in Canton, Ohio, about an hour from here, um, for giving a speech, essentially. So, um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think I wouldn't expect to see that in China, I guess, but sanitary breakdown, sanitary breakdown, beat down. God, my eyes. That was pretty sanitary. Yeah, I'll agree with that. But I want to switch gears again because I mentioned this in Telegram chat earlier today, I think. And I want to go to this Kathy Wood's interview first. Kathy Wood, sorry, singular Wood. She's talking about crypto in here, and it's interesting. Her arguments are, I mean, like, I don't know, she has this perennial ability to be wrong so much, like it's crazy. At least from my perspective, whatever. But let me find. Let's see if we don't have closed captioning.
The Bitcoin blockchain and Ethereum. What you'll find.
Okay, so she's being asked essentially like
doing very well. It's been a very challenging few, well, I should say 20 months, but you know, we're looking at our portfolios right now, and we are back to where we were in terms of calling them deep value portfolios if you give us a 5-year investment time horizon. I mean, we're seeing incredible values for the kinds of growth, the kind of growth that our portfolios are going to deliver.
You know where
Right. So we're seeing incredible values for the kind of growth that our portfolios will deliver. Okay.
I want to go. I got to talk to you about the crypto space. You know, it's a world you know really well. We think about the FTX collapse, the bankruptcy proceedings today, the coming undone of Sam Bankman-Fried. You know, you have been buying into some of the different names in the crypto space: Coinbase, Grayscale, Bitcoin Trust. Why should investors trust crypto? Why?
So that's another one that I haven't heard of until they mentioned it on here yesterday, and I heard it mentioned. Grayscale. No clue.
Grayscale, Bitcoin Trust. Why should investors trust crypto? Why do you trust crypto at this point?
Okay, so this is the answer. This is the response right here that she gives. It's like, yeah, just listen.
Yes, if you look at the blockchains, let's use the Bitcoin blockchain and Ethereum. What you'll find is they have the infrastructure, the technology has not skipped a beat throughout this entire crisis. In fact,
skipped a beat.
The hash rate, Bitcoin's hash rate is at an all-time high, and that is a real indication of the security of the network. On Ethereum, we're seeing.
What an odd argument. I mean, it's such a bizarre argument to me. Like,
the total value staked at 24 billion. That is an all-time high.
I mean, but I don't know. Doesn't that kind of imply that I don't know. I mean, people might be trapped. I don't know.
So
I really don't, but
we think the infrastructure is working beautifully.
That's good.
As far as Coinbase, this is an onshore.
So the infrastructure is working. Okay.
Regulated company and wanting to help shape regulations. Brian Armstrong, the CEO, and Alicia, CFO, have been leaning into what's going on right now and saying, okay, regulators, we need more clarity in order to protect investors. Those.
Okay, so the technology's not skipped a beat. The infrastructure is, whatever. So that reminded me of this Steve Jobs thing here. Because of the question and his answer, and despite my not being a fan of Apple, either the company or the stock, I do think Steve Jobs was brilliant. He was a brilliant man. And he had a lot of insight into like customer experience and creating products that people wanted to actually buy and have and use. So this clip demonstrates that a little bit, I think. So, but I found it really fascinating. I think others might too, just because, plus it's old. It's late 90s Steve Jobs, and black whatever top, mock turtleneck, ratty jeans, no belt.
Yes. Mr. Jobs, you're a bright and influential man.
Here it comes.
sad and clear that on several counts you've discussed, you don't know what you're talking about. I would like, for example, for you to express in clear terms how, say, Java, in any of its incarnations, addresses the ideas embodied in OpenDoc. And when you're finished with that, perhaps you could tell us what you personally have been doing for the last 7 years.
You know, you can please some of the people some of the time, but one of the hardest things when you're trying to affect change is that people like this gentleman are right in some areas. I'm sure that there are some things OpenDoc does, probably even more that I'm not familiar with, that nothing else out there does.
And by the way, too, the irony, like, of the guy, you know, saying, well, why would anybody want to use Java? What, like, who cares about Java? Like, what about this OpenDoc thing? Like everything runs Java now. Like, Java is on probably more devices than any other software. So clearly, you know, it was the right decision, but continuing here with this.
And I'm sure that you can make some demos, maybe a small commercial app that demonstrates those things. The hardest thing is, how does that fit in to a cohesive, larger vision that's going to allow you to sell $8 billion, $10 billion of product a year?
Okay, so in my mind, I'm thinking, I've always had a criticism of what is yeah, sure, okay, blockchain, cool technology. The technology's cool. You know, it hasn't missed a beat. The infrastructure is sound, yada, yada, yada. But what's the larger vision? What is the point, actually? What is the point? So we can stop using banks. Okay, well, at least the way things are now in the larger cohesive vision, you had a bunch of fake banks that basically stole people's money. So that argument, I mean, it would have been better to have your money in a bank in cash for those people who've lost, you know, their holdings. So that argument's invalid. You know, what is the usefulness of it? What is going to make me, why should I use it? What should I use it for? What is the feature implementation that will make me realize that I can't live without it? And I think, you know, those questions. I love this clip. I do love this clip, Model 3 dude. It's classic Steve. And it's just so great.
Larger vision that out there does. And that I'm not familiar with, that nothing else out there does. And I'm sure that you can make some demos, maybe a small commercial app that demonstrates those things. The hardest thing is, how does that fit in to a cohesive, larger vision that's...
Yeah, but see, I mean, yeah, maybe that's what people are saying, decentralization. But that, again, to me, is an empty buzzword. Like, okay, so decentralization is people are supposed to believe, or they do believe, that decentralization is better. Okay. But I mean, the reason that, you know, we have a monetary system that is centralized, you know, and because it's centralized, you know, we have control over it, and our currency is used, you know, as the you know, the currency of basically of trade. So if it were decentralized, or maybe this is a parallel system, or, and in terms of personal economic ownership, I mean, again, you could still, I mean, does a fiat currency really change that? Or, or like a central bank currency? These things are good. Personal economic, people becoming involved in their, finance and whatnot. But I still, it's like, okay, but at the end of the day, I have to pay for things. And okay, we have ways to pay for things. We have electronic ways to pay for things. What is the thing that this does that nothing else can do? And why does it matter? What is the advantage? Because at least this year, anyway, it doesn't seem readily clear. And I'm not saying that there isn't, but I think part of it might be like the people that have adopted, a lot of people that have adopted it, a lot of people that are interested in it are technically minded people. They're tech people. You know, but tech for tech's sake is cool, but that's not going to sell $8 billion. It's not going to make something appeal to the masses and be adopted, you know. I mean, but see, but crypto is accepted in retail, okay, but it, but there's a middleman, you know, so and the retailers end up getting paid in U.S. dollars anyway, so I don't really see the point of that. Cheaper transaction, and faster transactions once network is more built. Okay, so that's like, again, that's like, and I'm not picking on you, but it's just like, okay, in the future, at some point, it will be better. So yeah, it's a chicken or egg thing, because like how is a decentralized, not institution, a decentralized uh network or system ever going to be able to, like the cell phone network or satellite TV networks? Those are massive infrastructures, and I know Bad Back knows that firsthand. How, more about the inner workings of that industry, but you know the number of cell towers, the number of, you know phone lines before, is just a massive, like, crazy number. And yes, it took a long time for it to become so developed, and I don't understand how I still have terrible reception where I am, but uh you had, a corporation that had a publicly traded corporation that was able to raise capital to do that. They built that out, and even when it was in its primitive form, it offered something that was different. It offered you, you know, a something new. So anyway, let's get back to the video here, as there's, I mean, I'm not going to convince anybody who believes in crypto, and they may or may not convince me. I don't have the expectation to convince anybody, but I just saw the parallels here with what he's saying with this, because I think this is a good way to look at it, because at the end of the day, I mean, hash rates, hash rates and staked and all this stuff, who cares? Really, who cares? I mean, tech people care, okay, and I like technology, but so
That's
what?
going to allow
Like,
you to
that's my.
sell
It's like, so what?
$8 billion, $10 billion of product a year. And one of the things I've always found is that you've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try to sell it. And I've made this mistake probably more than anybody else in this room. And
That's the central aspect of what I am trying to say here.
You've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to the technology. You can't start with the technology and try to figure out where you're going to try to sell it. And I've made this mistake probably more than anybody else in this room. And I've got the scar tissue to prove it. And I know that it's the case. And as we have tried to come up with a strategy and a vision for Apple, it started with what incredible benefits can we give to the customer? Where can we take the customer? Not starting with, let's sit down with the engineers and figure out what awesome technology we have, and then how are we going to market that?
So that's really it, for me. And I think, all the great products or services, adhere to that.
I think that's the right path to take. I remember with the laser writer, we built the world's first small laser printer, as you know, and there was awesome technology in that box. We had the first Canon cheap laser printing engine in the world, in the United States here.
$25,000.
We had a very wonderful printer controller that we designed. We had Adobe's PostScript software in there. We had Apple Talk in there. Just awesome technology in the box. And I remember seeing the first printout come out of it, and just picking it up and looking at it and thinking, we can sell this. Because you don't have to know anything about what's in that box. All we have to do is hold this up and go, do you want this? And if you can remember back to 1984, before laser printers, it was pretty startling to see that. People went, whoa, yes. And that's where Apple's got to get back to. And, I'm sorry that OpenDoc's a casualty along the way. And I readily admit there are many things in life that I don't have the faintest idea what I'm talking about. So I apologize for that too. But there's a whole lot of people working super, super hard right now at Apple.
Okay, now he's talking about more just about specifics of Apple. But anyway, it always comes to my mind when they talk about stuff like that with respect to these technologies, and people start geeking out on technologies and, and specifications and things like, he's running this in music too. You have people who are gearheads. You got gearheads. They know everything about, every Stratocaster model that came out. They know every this or that. And they might, oftentimes they have a collection of instruments that they can't play. Really, I know Lynn, I don't know if she's still here, but I know she knows exactly what I'm talking about. We've talked about that before, but and that way, whatever, but at the end of the day, I don't necessarily want to talk to somebody about the technical aspects of music. Really, like, oh man, I got this 72 Telecaster and this silver face Fender twin amp that I got these tubes in, and you know, it did, okay, I don't really, yeah, I understand what you're talking about, but can I hear it? Can you play something, or like what? So what about it? Like, yeah, somebody else has that too. And they didn't do anything with it, so why should I care? Kind of thing. Um, and I'm sure that there are other ways and or other, you know, applications of that idea, but certainly in computer technology, electronics, whatever. Like, I don't care how thin, and that's the Apple thing now. Like, I don't care how thin the screen is or how what the I'm not that doesn't interest me. Okay, so let's see here. Sorry, been rambling. So we got this article here. My bad. The financial influencer network paid to pump FTX. This came out yesterday or Thursday. YouTube finance gurus who had sponsorship deals with FTX uh, have come under fierce criticism online. The gurus say they were duped like everyone else. Okay. Erica Kohlberg has been held up as a poster child of a millennial who quit a demanding career to make money as a financial influencer. Shortly after ditching her corporate law gig about 3 years ago, she started talking about making $100,000 a year on YouTube. As part of her work, Kohlberg co-founded Creators Agency, a small talent management firm and digital ad network aimed at helping other, quote, influencers scale their businesses and connect with relevant brands. One of the brands Creators Agency helped promote was failed crypto exchange FTX. For the group of popular self-styled YouTube finance gurus Creators Agency represented, sponsorship deals to promote FTX to their millions of followers were highly lucrative. Kevin Paffrath, a 30-year-old YouTube star with 1.85 million followers, to his real estate and financial tip page, Meet Kevin, says he was paid $2,500 every time he mentioned FTX in one of his videos. $2,500 every time he mentioned FTX in one of his videos. Wow. And he believes he had one of the smaller deals with crypto exchange. Others have claimed six-figure deals with the firm. So, wow, that's crazy. Paffrath says the FTX deal only made up about 3% of his total income in the last year. I mean, but that's still a lot. I mean, what's his income, I wonder? The only way to make your apology sincere would be to reveal how much you made from FTX and come up with the best way to give that back to your followers. Don't apologize while making a joke from a cruise you're paying for with FTX money. I mean, this is a good article, interesting article. But I wonder if it's going to address anything like question whether this is, whether it should be legal, ethic, whatever. Jeremy Lefebvre, 700,000 subscribers, told viewers he canceled a multi-six-figure deal with FTX after the firm began coming apart at the seams. Everyone believed they were just as legit as anyone, certainly in the crypto industry, but even in the stock industry. When we were looking for a sponsor for one of our channels, guess who outbid everybody? They had that sort of money to throw around. Graham Stephan, Jaspreet Singh. Okay, here we go. The SEC has aggressively pursued cases under anti-touting laws, levying large fines against celebrities like Kim Kardashian, Floyd Mayweather, and Steven Seagal for promoting cryptocurrencies without properly disclosing that they had been paid. The Federal Trade Commission, could also look into the matter if it thinks that any deceptive advertising occurred. So it's kind of a interesting little, Bermuda Triangle of liability, I think, if it's like anything else, because well, first of all, I mean, they always have in the disclaimer and the terms of service that you could lose all your money, you accept that risk. Like, if an airplane crashes, family of the people who died in the crash are probably going to sue the airplane manufacturer and say, one of your planes crashed. I mean, you build planes so that they don't crash, but this one crashed, so you're responsible for it. But that usually doesn't hold up because of limits to liability and things. But I wonder if what will happen with that. What is he not running in now? I don't know. Okay. The crypto exchange had attracted investment from some of the most sophisticated financiers in the world, including SoftBank Group, Sequoia Capital, BlackRock, and Tiger Global Management. BlackRock. Okay. SoftBank, Sequoia Capital, BlackRock, Tiger Global Management. That's not even a complete list. Okay, so these are some of, certainly like Sequoia, BlackRock, or just BlackRock, you're talking about some of the largest holders of assets in the world here. And this is the level of, I don't know, due diligence, knowledge. I mean, are they, is it really, I mean, of course, this specific incident is like, okay, yeah, you need to look into what happened here, and if there's, criminal activity or whatever, right? But more generally, it makes me, kind of like, well, um, how good are these people really? How much? What? We see what these companies, what these research firms from from these investment firms, whatever research departments come out with, and a lot of it's garbage and contradictory and all that. But it's on one hand, it's shocking. Like, wow, they really didn't have a clue. We saw the balance sheet or whatever, the spreadsheet, and just other things, and lack of documentation. You wouldn't ask for those things. Like, how could it be? How could BlackRock be careless to do that? I don't know. FTX was just like Madoff. The outrageous returns they both offered made these institutions forget DD because of FOMO, aka greed. Happens all the time. Well, and then that's what I've said too. That I bet that in the traditional finance space, not even involving crypto at all, I bet some people would be surprised how much of this shit is going on. But I think I mean, obviously I think the whole thing is just, a big circle jerk cabal, but so there was one other part to that Kathy Wood interview, if I can find it real quick, and then
Ethereum are going to play in.
Oh, she's asked about, since it bad back reminded me of it when he mentioned Madoff. So let me find the question here. Maybe
such a big discount relative to Bitcoin that again, we don't think they're going to. This is the most valuable property. I think
early movies, a lot of running.
Well, again, for our ETFs, we as you mentioned, own coin.
I'll find it here.
There, or I was on a panel. But other.
Oh yeah, what? Listen to her downplay.
With Sam Bankman-Fried.
SBF.
FTX was a quote fraud. It's no Lehman.
Play in this new world. Then I think we're going to recover pretty quickly.
You mentioned that FTX was a quote fraud. It's no Lehman or no Madoff. Give us an understanding of what your interactions.
More like Madoff.
More like Madoff.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So, yes, well, give us an understanding of what your interactions were with Sam Bankman-Fried before this fallout, and have you spoken to him? Because I know you were at Crypto Bahamas along with many other people earlier this year, the FTX SALT conference.
Yes, I had a Zoom. My team and I had a Zoom with Sam before that conference. I think they wanted to have us represented at the conference, and so I did give a presentation there, or I was on a panel. But other than that one phone call, just to set up, I have never talked to him. And he by the end of the phone call seemed to be distracted by whatever else he was doing. So that was my one exposure to him. And I think the thing that is shocking is how many people were very close to him. And one would have presumed, looked at all of the documents and got a sense of the books. The fact that so many people were completely fooled is quite shocking. I think he had this aura around him or something that caused people to ask fewer questions than might otherwise be the case.
I don't get that at all.
It's very hard to understand.
Do you worry at all?
So, if everybody had access to the books and things like that, yeah, there's one other little thing I want to mention in here.
All about as you buy into Grayscale,
but we're getting there.
The whole.
Or are you saying that you're leaving?
Group and Barry Silbert's company. I mean, the various connections that kind of go back to FTX. Are you at all worried about a liquidation or anything?
Well, we know that the Grayscale investment trusts we think they're going to try trust relative to Sonnenschein will be approved. I'm not has come out and said we need as regulators to focus on decentralization and transparency. Investors do not have easy access through a liquid asset like an ETF. Which we shall see.
Well, and some have been.
I want to hear her talk about the
wondering
Madoff,
whether or not you're playing the
Madoff connect, the Madoff, the Lehman Brothers
in
comparisons.
ETFs. We've got such a big discount relative to the most valuable property. I think they're going to hang on to it, and I think over time the discount will close. Regulators will take a very close look on investment trust, but we do know this is a grantor trust, and we know that all of the Bitcoin behind Coinbase has confirmed this.
Maybe it was a different clip. The Fed will cut rates next year. 3 months ago, she said. Bitcoin will be $1 million per coin by 2030. Like, why did she say this stuff? Tesla will be $8,000 probably not. Maybe it was in this little clip.
Why should investors trust crypto? Why do you?
We looked at the first part of that, but because she gets asked about.
We're forced offshore, and here.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty disingenuous right there too. What she says here.
Regulations. Brian Armstrong, the CEO, and Alicia, CFO, have been leaning into what's going on right now and saying, okay, regulators, we need more clarity in order to protect investors. Those who wanted to get involved with certain types of crypto were forced offshore, and look at what's happened. So I think that Coinbase is going to come out here looking very, very strong. It just lost a very big competitor in FTX.
Well, what is the market missing, though? Because, that could be one narrative, Kathy, but at the same time, we haven't exactly seen shares of Coinbase rally since FTX's collapse. Do you think to you that represents potentially broader concern about just people's interest in crypto following FTX's collapse?
No, I think it's more fear. I think many people say we don't know what we don't know. So what we do is we step back, put a little perspective into the situation here. And what do we have? So the entire crypto asset ecosystem is an $800 billion ecosystem. Apple is 3 times larger in terms of market cap. So that's some perspective. Many people are saying, well, okay, is this another Lehman? Could this be, could we see the domino effect here? I've just given you one reason why. The banking system back in 08, 09, trillions and trillions of dollars, and it was the global banking system. Right now, we have, it seems, from FTX, $5 to $10 billion in creditors as FTX has filed bankruptcy. They will be making claims. If you look at Lehman, that was $1.2 trillion in claims. So again, just trying to put perspective, this is fraud. This is Madoff. Madoff was $64 billion in claims. Again, FTX, $5 to $10 billion. Now, I know that crypto assets.
The problem I have with this argument here, and I don't, maybe people can guess where I'm going with this, but okay, you're talking about Lehman Brothers and Madoff. You're talking about more money, way more money, several times more money. Okay, got it. But what's the makeup of that, of those creditors? You're talking about high net worth individuals or institutions, a smaller number of high net worth creditor entities, either high net worth individuals or institutions, funds, whatever. It's still fraud and still, they lost their money, whatever. And it was a lot of money, but each of those creditors, had a large chunk in. But with the FTX and the other crypto debacles of this year, of the crypto winter, who are you talking about? We're talking about retail investors. We're talking about individuals. We're talking about middle class, working class people who were trying to take control of their finances. They were trying to get involved in the markets. They were trying to do better for themselves and their families. They listened to people that they trusted online, which is we know that's a big no-no, but we look at this stuff every day. If you just see something for the first time and you see your favorite basketball player talking about it or whoever, all right, yeah, you might do it. And okay, that's good. So you're talking about a large number of small retail holders who put, all the money that they had, which is not that much. So when you make a comparison, $64 billion in Madoff to $5 to $10 billion in FTX, that really doesn't mean much because, yeah, while it's terrible that anybody would lose their money to a fraud like that, on some level, what's more insidious? It seems like, it is taking advantage of working class people at a time when there is, increased wealth disparity, income inequality, the gap between the haves and the have-nots getting wider, that idea, at the, when we're still dealing with a global pandemic and everything's fucked up and incredibly expensive, and people already have, not been able to pay their shit. Like, does it bother me that banks, ultimately they got bailed out anyway, right? Let's see. Is she saying that Parent to Genesis and Gray Bar is a grantor's trust? I don't know. I think it's called DCS. I honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea. After being pummeled with FDI insured as evil, right? Banks in 2008 were 10 times leverage, or insurers were 100x leverage. In 2022, banks are 100x and insurers are 1,000. Oh boy. Where do you think this is going? I don't know. I mean, I'm not even convinced that this wasn't an inside job. I mean, and not an inside job with FTX, but that he was played. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there because what, you know, if the decentralized finance thing is, let's say that it is, that there is some application, that a killer application or a reason that would make people want to, um, like my mom, who's not a technical person at all, um, that would make her, realize that she needs it to do something, or it becomes something that she wants and needs and would use that. Um, wouldn't that be a threat to the banks, traditional finance? Um, wouldn't that represent some kind of a, especially among young people? I mean, like we hate, people hate banks, and probably for good reason, to some degree at least. If for nothing else, the fact, of 2008 and all that shit, and getting bailed out at taxpayer expense, yada yada yada. So yeah, fuck the banks. And if there was, some equivalent of FDIC insured, or, I don't know, because I don't know anything about blockchain, but like in the, 4 point web 4.0, let's call it, or 5.0 implementation, where, they use Neuralink units, and you literally just think about the person that you want to send money to, and it sends it, the speed of light. It seems like, just like these AMC influencers, I don't think they really want a squeeze to happen, because then they wouldn't make money promoting the squeeze that's about to happen around the corner. So Wall Street, banks, I mean, they might have the resources to actually do something about it. I don't know. I'm just, just being conspiratorial, but manipulated. Ask Cohotus. Cohotus. Okay. Let's not and say we did, okay? You just do that. So I don't like that argument because I think the retail investors, well, they get it's on people to know. I mean, hopefully people do, but I mean, I guess I didn't even think I didn't realize that there was a US FTX. Maybe I thought it was European only because I looked into it last year and I wasn't aware of the distinction, I guess. And I mean, also, like Kathy Wood said, re retail and traders who wanted to trade certain crypto products were forced offshore. They were forced offshore. Well, there's some things that we can't trade. There's just some things that we can't trade. We can't trade contracts for difference like they can in Europe, which is essentially more or less a futures contract, like, or a spread trade, arbitrage. We can't trade those. It's not legal to in the United States. I don't think it's legal to trade them on a foreign exchange either, for Americans. So there's some things, and like in those countries where people got issued the APE equity unit, and their brokerages or their system doesn't support it, so they got converted or paid out or whatever. Yeah, because you're dealing with some regulations there. Anyway, so let's see, grayscale. It was grayscale. What did you call that thing? It was a, where the hell is it? Genesis Grantors Trust. I don't know what that means, to be honest. And I hadn't heard of Genesis either. Grantor Trust is a trust in which the individual who creates the trust is the owner of the assets and property for the income and estate tax purposes. Okay, well, that's more for wealth planning. Okay, anyway. Now, I've been putting this off so fucking much. And I mean, I need to listen, I need to look at it. Just, are hedgies shorting the AMC to destroy market and force government to bail them out? Yeah, Donahue, that's exactly what they're fucking doing. I mean, how can this guy has to have a learning disability or some other mental problems to believe this shit. Oh my God, or to even say it out loud. Expose synthetic tokens. Synthetic fucking tokens. End game here. Final plans. Final squeeze plans being set. Being set. By whom? What are you talking about? Come on. AMC stock short squeeze update. The Fed give green signal. Yeah, here's Frankie playing that goddamn clip of Tucker Carlson from last fucking January of 2021. Again, looks like. Criminal short sellers. Criminal short sellers. Where did they get this shit from? Criminal short sellers. Yeah, they do crime by short selling. When will Disney buy AMC? MOAS trigger, price suppress, margin call. Margin calls are closer than you think. Closer than you fucking think. You don't fucking know. You don't even know how close they are. You don't even know. Where the hell? Oh yeah, gray bars and industrial electric supply chain. That was a freebie from my working adult life. Once a man, twice a child. Grayscale. I thought it was grayscale. Yeah, you messing with me because I'm tired. AMC is my phone has been hacked again. Oh boy, here we go. More drama. So Al puts out some bullshit, some exclusive. I know something, but I can't tell you, so I'm going to give you hints, like we're playing a game with kids. And then the next day, his phone was hacked again. Oh wow, that's a goddamn coincidence. That is a coincidence. Where is the? Okay. AMC and the Al from Boston show guarantee high energy reviews and investments. God, so much crap. So much just nonsense. Has there ever been a more doomed group with the level of misguided confidence as the apes? I mean, if there is, I don't know about it. I don't think there has been in my lifetime. Now, of course, for a lot of that lifetime, I didn't know much, like the first 30 years. So maybe, I mean, I was thinking of something like timeshares or something like that, but like that was not as wide scale. It wasn't as I don't think anything could compare to it because we didn't have social media. Social media was not a thing. The internet was not a thing. It just couldn't have happened, you know? So I don't think there has. I don't think there has. And crypto bros, I mean, crypto is so diverse. Like maybe if you're talking about all of crypto, but they just move on. They just move on to other things, move on to the next token or move on to the next scam. Like the apes have dug their heels in. Like they're not leaving. And maybe some crypto bros too, but I mean, as much as I don't like crypto and think it's pointless, I mean, there's probably more opportunities to make money in it for sure than in something like AMC. So, where is this goddamn thing? Did he take the video down? It looks like he took the video down. Happy Thanksgiving. AMC update. Don't do options this week. I thought it was a video like I know something and but I can't tell you. Why is that not? I don't see it. He must have taken it down. He took it down. What a bastard. He took it fucking down. Well, they probably made him do it. If that's the case. All right, well, we'll speed through this.
Reality. It's probably crack date.
Maybe he'll talk about what he knows or not talk
Good
about.
evening, Alpha Boston. Let's kick it off. All right, so let's take a look. $7.70 for AMC. The highest it got today was $7.93. So it probably cracked 8 in reality. It's probably cracked 8. Let's take a look at APE. APE was up to $1.
It probably cracked 8.
The highest it went.
Well, no, you didn't say it went to 8. You said it went to something else. So how could it have cracked 8? Like This is a total market conspiracy promulgator. I don't know if he believes it. Who knows what he believes? I assume he doesn't believe it. Doesn't matter if he does anyway. The assumption by everyone who watches this seriously is that he does believe it. So there he just said the chart goes up to this, but let's be real. It probably got up to 8. Fuck you, Al.
Was
fucking ignorant motherfucker.
$1.26 earlier today. Pretty impressive,
strong.
if you ask me. I'm pretty happy about it.
What? I was kidding. I was joking when I said impressive.
$1 in reality. It's probably cracked 8. Let's take a look at 8. 8 was up to $1.22. The highest it went was $1.26 earlier today. Pretty impressive, if you ask me. I'm pretty happy about it. The line of resistance is $1.23, and I think we can break that. I don't see why we couldn't. It's still moving. So you're probably asking yourself, what happened today? A lot of stuff has happened. Let's take a look. First off, Amazon. Amazon plans to spend just $1 billion a year on theatrical film releases. The movie theater industry has struggled to return pandemic levels because of the lack of film content. That's a Hollywood problem.
Right, because, I mean, but they're also laying off, what, 10,000 workers? Was that what it was? But while this is playing, I want to see the source of this. I want to know, it's because it says a report said Amazon plans to spend $1 billion a year. A report. I want to look this up, and I'll show any findings.
Problem, not an AMC problem, right? So what's happened is Amazon is planning to spend just $1 billion a year on theatrical film releases. The movie theater industry has struggled to return pandemic levels because of the lack of film content. That's a Hollywood problem, not an AMC problem.
Nope, that's not true. How do we know it's not true? 2018, 2019. How there wasn't a lack of film content then, and AMC had less debt then. So, I mean, more film content is not necessarily one-to-one for, higher revenue. As the economy continues to tank, as things get tighter and everyday people have less money, discretionary funds to spend on things like movies that are incredibly inflated. No, they're going to see the 2-3 movies a year, the big ones. They're not going to go to 2-3 movies a month just because they're out. And not all of them are going to be appealing. Not all of them are going to be good. So I just don't. It's like, this is a CNBC article. This is what it is. They have to tell you everything and why. Why everything. They don't know why everything. But I'm going to try to look that up and get the actual source that says.
Right. So what's happened is Amazon is planning to spend $1 billion in making theatrical level movies, releasing to AMC and other movie theaters. Huge. So
well, and I mean, maybe we'll find out if I find the source, but as far as I know, none of these articles mention AMC, like that it would be going to them. I mean, presumably it would, but it says to movie theaters, theatrical film releases. So we, single out AMC, of course.
News of that, Cinemark went up 9%, IMAX went up 6%, and AMC went up 5%. Now, it's just a little murky because it was actually more than like 5. It was actually about 6 or 7. But hey, whatever. But it goes to show you that this relationship, and wow. By the way, these guys have tried to buy us years ago, and they're still trying to. In fact, I'm personally, I believe that he's behind the, him and Kenny are behind the shorting fiasco, and I think that's his thesis because he can buy out the cinema complex and consolidate.
Well, that's a brilliant thesis. It's not supported by a goddamn shred of evidence. It's not. Fucking retard.
One of the things that you have to remember, you guys, with the AMC and Cinemark and these companies like this, right? the bottom dollar always wins, right? The bottom dollar wins. When Cinemark goes down and they have to sell off real estate to pay off creditors, and it's real estate we're talking about, actual real estate. What happens is guys like him, Jeff Bezos, come along and buy it, unless guys like Aron comes along and buy it. And they become Amazon cineplexes, right? That's the big move. They want to have their own movie theater and content streaming, have a complete monopoly on entertainment at that moment, right? So they're spending $1 billion to do that, to kind of get into the.
Who wants to go to a conference room in a goddamn theater? Nobody wants to go to a conference in a goddamn theater, because all the theaters have been offering it for years. It's nothing new, and it, you know, obviously it's not a groundbreaking idea that the market really needed. Grasping at straws.
And have that relationship. But is this the big one that we're talking about? Is this the main attraction with the AMC? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think this is the one that that is really what we want in terms of you know, the big picture. Hold on a second.
Oh, what a greedy fuck.
Okay, nothing.
You want more than $1 billion.
So the big thing, like I said, with Amazon is they're consolidators, right? They buy what's left, and you know, it is what it is. Let's move on. So as a result of this, we had $4 million, or I'm sorry, 4 million shares of APE being bought after hours. Two major purchases of 2 million shares per 2 transactions. So that's pretty big.
Oh boy.
So somebody's definitely buying.
Oh my God.
Buying from? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But the price is right. It's only $1.60. They bought this for $1.60. Are you kidding me? That's incredible, bro. 4 million for $1.60. That's terrific.
Yeah, it's terrific. It's fucking terrific. I mean, it's a TRF trade, which means it's off exchange. So it's, you know, obviously probably institutional, just shuffling shares around, and it was just after market close, it looks like 6 minutes or so. I mean, yeah, who knows? Doesn't mean somebody bought it.
That's incredible, bro. 4 million for $1.60. That's terrific.
In fact, the price, I mean, all the other ones around it were $1.20. This one's $1.16. Yeah, who knows?
I love this stuff. So the Feds are slowing down the pace of hikes, according to Bloomberg's. They're saying various policymakers view peak rate as higher than before. Fed lags, cumulative tightening, financial risk, blah blah blah. They're going to slow this thing down, right? They're signaling a downshift to 50 basis points, 50 bips for December instead of the 75. That's too bad for Kenny, because he was looking for 75 and 100, because he wants to destroy more equity in the economy. Now, this is.
I love the last statement of his little scenes here. It's always so ridiculous. And he's not the only one that does this. Uncle Frank does it. A lot of these guys do it. Fucking Jack Hunter does it. He'll talk about something and, you know, bullshit a little bit about it. And then the last statement, the last sentence or two that he says is so absurd. And then he goes right into the next one. It's a rhetorical technique. I don't know what the term for it is, or if there is a term for it. Maybe I could coin it, but I mean, it most certainly is a tactic, you know, because he's taking the last word and then moving on immediately. And it's always so ridiculous like that. Kenny wants 175 and 100 because he wants to take more equity out of the economy. Fuck you, Al.
Arguably,
what an idiot.
One of the funniest things I've seen in years. I hope you guys can listen. I'm going to put this on for you guys. Just listen
to his character and his vibe, because you met with him in person, but you also assessed, you know, the fundamentals of his company as someone involved in business. Why did none of the regulators do that? Where was Gary Gensler?
Well, I don't know where Gary Gensler was, but my regulator at the CFTC, I asked them why.
I bribed.
Are you?
Look at the look on this guy's face, dude. I bribed. Oh my God, that was so amazing.
Well, let it
That
play.
is just amazing. He said it, he had a Freudian slip, and I don't think he did it. I think what happened was Terry Duffy probably thought, well, he probably bribed the CFTC. That's probably what he meant. I don't see Terry Duffy as one of those guys that does that. Whatever. Okay, moving on. Hey, Brady and Shaq and all the FXT celebrity promoters are on the hook for this damage. On the hook for damages for FTX. There is a major lawsuit that's underway. It's a class action. You can get it on there. As soon as I get the address, I'll put it up on the next one.
Says they may be on the
Sam
hook.
Bankman-Fried is still, for some reason, allowed to speak at the New York Times Book Deal Summit.
Oh
Why?
yeah,
I
like
don't
he'll
know. It's
actually
disgusting. And at the last moment of the day, the stocks went up. The entire market went up a few points as Fed's booster.
Oh yeah, hi Chilo. Yeah, I will.
It's basically saying we're going to have a better quarter coming up because of the quantitative easing and stuff. I don't believe it personally, but you know, whatever. You choose what you ever want to believe. So the SEC is pushing for better bond and trade options traders. I'm sorry, brokers for better price executions. Another Gary Gensler would be type thing. I don't believe it for 1 second, you guys. Hold on.
Does he believe anything? No, he believes AMC is going to squeeze. Supposedly, he supposedly believes that. I mean, I don't believe this. I don't believe it. I'm going to pick and choose what I believe based on just what I believe, I guess.
So why is Gary Gensler doing all this, right? He wants to like get the last bit of like good deeds in before like Christmas, before the market crashes. Well, I did a lot, so you can't prosecute me for this. I did this and I did that, and I pushed for bond and options brokers for better pricing for trades on retail side. You can't do this to me. Best execution, blah blah blah. Guys, too little, too fucking late. All right, this guy had 2 years to do this. He didn't do shit. Fuck this guy. Moving on. Oh, Credit Suisse. Credit Suisse is having a bank run, a staggering $88 billion bank run. Even after the capital injection that from SAD.
Wow, it made AMC go up 4%. I mean, supposedly, whatever. It had no effect.
All right, I think it was the Dohans. I don't know. They're still in the middle. If you get, they said they got no. It was actually the Saudi National Bank. They gave him a few $1 billion in order to fix this thing. They haven't. They're staggering. Now that's a real bank run. It's not good, you guys. And finally, a moment of zen for you guys. Kash Patel. Right now, I have been. Anyone that knows me that's in my inner circle knows that I have been
my inner circle
sprinkling seeds into the camp of Trump for a while. And today, 11 hours ago, Kash Patel posts this. Wow, total corruption by government gangsters and their private world cronies. Ken Griffin. Looks like it's working. Looks like something's happening. Things are.
Oh yeah, this stupid fixed income clearing thing. They have no clue what that means. No fucking clue whatsoever what that means. Because it says new participant in the netting system of the Government Securities Division of FICC, Citadel Securities International. So it's a memo saying, hey, we have a new participant who's doing, you know, these, in the new participant in the netting system. It's Citadel. Okay. Citadel joins FICC. You know what that means. Your Congress is about to bail out the world's leading financial criminal, Ken Griffin. No. How do we? Why would it mean that? Or how do you get that from this? Like, how do you go from here to here? Like, literally everything is a fucking leap of faith, a speculative shower thought. It's shower thoughts. Ken Griffin has on paper 65 billion worth of stocks he's sold that he does not own. No. Again, they don't understand. They don't understand what that line means. It's a generally accepted accounting practice line. They have to report it that way because the time they sold it, yeah, they didn't own it, so it went in as an expense. Your government is about to let Ken Griffin rob the entire planet, stash over 300 billion in the Cayman Islands. We've proven, sure, and then hand him a bailout only in America. I don't know how you get that from this. There is no way that you could go from here to here with any logic or evidence. It's amazing. Amazing.
Start happening, you guys. I told you guys, Ken Griffin. I told this entire campaign.
And
I
listen
told
to
all
Al.
of them, hey, this is
I
what's
told
happening.
you guys. Oh, I knew this. I told you guys. Yeah, you told them what? About some bullshit speculation?
Be
God,
advised.
so
And now we're
stupid.
starting to see some paperwork on there. So I'm pretty happy about it. Thank God for Wall Street Apes who
Wait,
posted the
why is he happy about it?
content in the form of this bailout
Oh
package.
yeah. Oh yeah, because it went to a former Trump staffer or whoever the fuck that is. Like that person means anything in this whole thing. I mean, it's
The
God,
DTCC wrote up. That's it for right now. All right, guys, let's talk AMC. Finally, one last thing. I know you guys are waiting for something
what have
big
we
to
been
happen.
talking?
Something big is going to happen. You got to be patient. All right, be patient. All right, I'm chilling. I'm in a great mood. I'm in a fucking terrific mood. Things are going to be great. You just relax. You enjoy your Thanksgiving with your family. You have yourself.
Oh, here's the pep talk.
Nice chicken, or the turkey, whatever the fuck you eat, and
oh, good.
drink your wine
yeah.
and your beer or whatever.
Al from Karachi,
and
trying to remember what Americans eat for Thanksgiving.
And do whatever it is that you guys do, because everything is gravy.
Fucking retard.
Believe me when I tell you that it is gravy. Everything is good. You're gonna have a wonderful Christmas. You're gonna have a great Thanksgiving. You're gonna be with your families. I hope none of you guys have a domestic. I've been in one of those. Those aren't fun. But either way, I wish you nothing but the best.
God.
And
there's the Thanksgiving right there.
And all that other stuff. I really mean that. You guys are great. You made this Thanksgiving really great for me and my family by your viewership and your patronage. We'll do a quick live tonight and we'll fuck around. All right. We'll play some fuck games. How's that? All right. We'll see you tonight. Al from Boston signing out. We'll kick off between 7 and 8, maybe later. I don't know. We'll see. Have a great rest of the day.
Shut up. There's Mr. Investor. How's your little coins doing? Are you a millionaire yet? Oh my God. Or for part of my family that didn't buy an AMC, my diamond-handed ass up in the attic. Or well, this is not the same thing, not the same concept, but you know, all these year over year Thanksgiving dinner cost increase. Cranberries 14%, pie crusts 26, sweet potatoes 11, turkey 21%, stuffing mix 69%. Insane. Meanwhile, the S&P futures up over 4,000. So, gotta love that. And finally, in terms of this, well, that might have been it. Oh, yeah. Here's another one. I'm honored and shaking. I'm going to ring the bell to the New York Stock Exchange December 9th at 4 p.m. Meet up afterwards right outside the exchange. Meet Kevin is ringing the fucking bell because he's launching an ETF. I found out. So that's cool. That's cool, you know. Group of scammers embracing another scammer. Now, to Chilo's question, because I know Chris has got to get out of here, and so do I. It's 3 o'clock here. The 577% was in reference to this stock that this this stock that was a what's his name? Shit. Petty Zane Pump and Dump called COSM, Cosmos Holding. Chris, have a good night, sir. Happy Thanksgiving. Have a good one. Enjoy your family. It's always great to have you here. You were on your game tonight. So appreciate you. We'll catch you next time. But apparently there was a rumor that this stock, Cosmos Holdings, which is a penny stock, a couple days ago was like 13 cents, 15 cents. Had short interest of and actually back in early November, it was 8 cents, 7 cents, 6 cents. So, you know, good old penny stock. Of course, has, you know, what happened here? Maybe that was the 577% short interest closing their positions. I don't know. It's an 11-cent candle. I mean, look at all these pump and dumps in here. Like, look at that shit. Wow, that's something I want to be involved in. Whoa, what happened in April? Oh my God, it went all the way up to $3. But yeah, so Ortex shows 21% short interest for this stock. Teddy Zane, someone in his Discord apparently said that it was 577%. We watched a video by Teddy Zane earlier in the stream where he was talking about this and said that, you know, this is why it was squeezing. This is why it's going to continue to squeeze. The day that he said that on this day. And he said tomorrow it's going to squeeze tomorrow, which was Friday. And I mean, I guess to be fair, you know, it was up like 100%. So I know Reed, I don't know if he's still in the chat or if he left, but he took advantage of the exit liquidity, the apes buying up here to get out, you know, at a good profit. But it's not 577%. It's 21. And and here's the thing too. This was the icing on the cake. He actually said in the video, make sure you do your own DD on this. Make sure you look this up. And then he lost 14 grand on this stock because he apparently didn't do his own DD. And he believed the 577% short interest, and he got burnt on a penny stock, pump and dump. And it was one of his own members, apparently, who started this rumor that everybody just believed and piled into this bullshit on. And if we put the volume on, here's a volume from the last 2 days. Thursday, 307. So before that, going back, you know, back in September, the volume was like 1 million. 1 million was a lot. 25 million, 25 million one day, but, you know, mostly under 1 million. Then in October, started getting, you know, 20, 10, 20, 87 million, 97 million. And then they had reported earnings of a loss of 7 cents per share on November 14th. And then the last few days, I mean, in some of these days here, like, okay, yeah, 130 million, 98 million, 371 million Thursday, and 402 million shares traded Friday. A lot of that was these people who piled in. And look, volume profile is telling us how much at what price. If you look at this over here, you can see up here at the top, that it's mostly green. It's bigger green than red. That means more people bought up here than sold. They're fucked. They fucked it up, including Teddy. So that sucks for them, but you know, so that's what it was in reference to. I was poking fun at these idiots. Yeah, I mean, right at the top here, it's only green. So that it's crazy. So that's what it was. Anyway, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I didn't. I had another thing I wanted to play, but I didn't end up finishing it. So I guess I'll have to do it next time. So in lieu of that, I think it's time for this. I think Model 3 dude might have left already, but anyway. We'll catch you guys later. Have a good Thanksgiving and all that. Happy horse shit. You full of shit. And this thing is it's like so absurd. It's like I'm frustrated. Just how ridiculous this stuff is. How desperate people are for a squeeze. That they will literally just believe anything that anybody tells them. I mean, it's crazy. Chilo, have a good one. Chris already left. Lynn, bad back. Reed and Model 3 dude. Manny, probably long gone to sleep. But, you know, he came in with the wise. AMC is going to show movies. Very disruptive. It's classic Manny. And anybody else I missed, but Antoinette was here earlier. She was. Have a happy turkey day, you turkeys. Yeah. Also, I want to wish a special happy Thanksgiving to our boy Trey, the original turkey. The original turkey, 21% inflation on that bitch. Although probably less now. Hopefully he closed those Netflix calls. All right. Have a good one, guys. Catch you on Friday, maybe. Yeah, we'll see what happens Friday. Hit the like button on the way out if you don't mind. If you did like it. If not, leave a comment and say how you the stream was useless after 7 minutes of watching it. Otherwise, catch you later. Good night.